Hello, hello, hello. It's me, and I haven't gotten a haircut in the last like 2 weeks, even though I should have. Just stop gelling my hair. But hey, anyway, happy Monday. So today, Adam's going to convert his outline from Friday, his blog post outline from Friday, into the actual blog post. I don't know why I'd use an exclamation point there. It's not that exciting. All right, what's it about? The post is about the interviewing process. Yeah. This stream likely won't be all that interesting. Regarding the job hunt, Adam got the jobs at Google and Amazon. Yeah, so I guess I'll say this here. I talked to Amazon. I wonder if I should include that. It's August 31st. So let's see. Figuring out which team and company I want to work for. I'm leaning heavily toward Google at this point. Yeah, so I talked to Amazon. I think that the hiring manager and the career opportunities I think would be pretty good. I think that as far as just general interest goes, I think Google would be better. So I'm still waiting to hear back from Google. I want to find out how long this process even takes, which I don't know. Gotta figure that out at some point. So regarding the job hunt, I've got the jobs. Now let's make a decision about where to work. Yeah. Okay. A1508, hey Codadon. Sorry, so yeah, the 1508, I know you typed the today command. That was from Friday. I just updated it. And hey Goose. So starting your new job soon. So I was just mentioning this. I don't know how long it's gonna take. So as of right now, I have not accepted an offer. I technically haven't even been given an offer by Google. And I guess I kind of was by Amazon, but I said, hey, I want to hear back from Google too. So I imagine it's going to still be at least another week before I've got some real news. But I'm not sure how long exactly, because that's just my estimate, not Google's estimate. One of the things that's been kind of nice, actually. I mean, this is going to be a pretty chill stream. Like, I'm going to write a blog post that is not at all interesting to watch, so I might as well just chat with you guys about a bunch of things. So I've been now doing this for like Twitch and my own endeavors for the last 5 years. And in that time, I met a lot of people online. I've met some of these people in real life, and it's been super cool. And so now I feel like this era is coming to a close, and I don't exactly know what's going to be happening with the stream. So it's entirely possible that I still stream for 6 hours a week or something, but it's unlikely. It's more likely that I'll stream like once a week or once every 2 weeks. And as that happens, the audience will just slowly disappear because there's no consistency really. So, like I said, I've been reaching out to people. At least I think I said that. And it's been kind of cool to just sort of close the loop on a bunch of different, I don't know, people's lives and interactions. It's not like it'll be the last time forever that we talk, but I was saying this yesterday to somebody that some people had told me that when they started watching the stream, they were going into university. And sometime throughout the stream, typically like in the last year, that they're done with university now. It's like, yeah, 5 years is a long time. So a lot of people started watching, they changed jobs, they bought a house, they have new members in their family now. There's so much that happens in that time, and I wanted to just catch up with people. So even just before today's stream, just before I started, I went into Wendy's channel, Windy Beard Games. I said, hey, I want to catch up with you too. And he said, just don't talk about bronies. I don't think I've ever talked about that with him. So it must have been some joke in his channel today. Let's see. I had to add the please. You know, a bunch of people are typing please after that. I should add some like Easter egg command. Hey, Kappa. I'll miss you guys too for sure. Yeah, I know, Codadon. I phrased that poorly. Yeah. And hey, Makilia. Had all that. Finished EDU, new job, house. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It's just crazy. So I if I were at another job and I were leaving it, I would probably say something like, "Hey guys, here's my personal email address." I mean, this would be my coworkers whom I know in real life. And I'd say like, "Oh, do you want to stay in touch?" And of those people, you get like maybe one or two people I feel from each job who are actual friends. And yeah, so from this job, I mean, it was a job, but from this job, I feel like there'd be more friends, and it's easier to stay in touch, especially given the relationship. It's not like we met in real life and we needed that. Whereas with a typical job, once you lose that proximity, you also lose a lot of commonality. Oh, nice, Zeus. Yeah. Is this a remote position? Everything is remote at first, and then we'll eventually switch to being in person. But once it's in person, I still don't need to move or anything. I shouldn't have to. There was one question that I had that this popped up. I was watching a show on Netflix, and it's originally in German. So they had to dub everything in English. And there's a text editor, Vim, and its predecessor. And I say this as VI, but in the show they just said it as V. And I don't know what the pronunciation is now, and I kind of wonder, how do you guys pronounce it? And what's your native language? I guess this could probably be solved pretty quickly by just looking up like VI text editor and seeing if other people say it the same way. Pronounces distinct letters. Okay, yeah. So you're all the ones who are wrong. I'm the one who's right. Yeah, I didn't know if it was a German thing to say V. The other thing I wasn't sure about is someone from Canada had said they also pronounce it V. But now we know that. We know the answer to that one. Yeah, so today's going to be about writing this blog post, and I've got some notes on how I write them. Yeah, so copy an MDX file, modify it, the actual content, write an outline, yeah. What are the parameters in play when choosing what company to go to? There are a lot of different ones. Right now, I mentioned this a few times. Amazon was a specific team, but Google was for the whole company. Excuse me. So the next phase is team matching, which means I will be able to ask all these questions that I got to ask Amazon already about, like, what kind of work do you do? How fast do you move? How many tasks do you get? What's the testing methodology? How senior is the team? All those kinds of questions play into this for me. And in general, I feel like they're very subjective. So whatever parameters I have might not be what you guys also find interesting. And hang on a second, let me copy something really fast. This is unrelated, but I want to be able to share something else with you. At the bottom of my engineering interview prep note, I've got a bunch of questions that I think are pretty helpful. And typically these are the ones I'll ask a new team. And you get some pretty good answers by asking this stuff. Do you use an extension for To-Do? I do, yes. It's called To-Do Plus. What's the range you're after in terms of compensation? This I haven't been sharing anymore. I originally talked about like estimates and things I was looking for, and now I don't think it's a good idea for me to say this, so I probably won't be. Sorry about that. All right, so as I mentioned, on Friday, we came up with a pretty good outline for all of this. So now we need to organize it, write it up as just final words, everything like that. So copy an MDX file and modify it. So we should have, I'll need to open a workspace for this. Oh, which means this thing's gonna close. That sucks. Okay, well then we're gonna lose this. So let me add this here. And let me copy this too, I guess. Yeah, so we can close these things and open workspace. I should find it here. Got it. Cool. How do you access the questions I just showed you guys? Type well, you don't need to type anything, I guess, because I just typed it. Go to notes.adamlearns.com and click MISC on the left side, and you'll see the different notes that I have here for interview prep. And this one's like all the way at the bottom, like I said. So once you're in the note, you can just search for, I don't know, you can search for COVID. Yeah, that's a pretty unique term that should only show up here. Hey, NSO. Yeah, and so this note overall is kind of what I'm turning into a blog post right now. What is this? Oh my God, I remember this. Oh, this was the worst. Okay. I was curious what that was about. All right, let's open this up. So step one, copy MDX file. Let's go find an MDX file. and we save it as, what are we going to call this new blog post? Should we come up with like a clickbait title at all? Master the interview process in 13 seconds. Okay, let's come up with a non-clickbait title first, and then we'll base it off of that. So maybe something like what I learned about interview prep. Yeah, it's a very boring title. Well, what's the point of the post? Talking about tips for preparing for interviews and all of my notes. So maybe a slightly better one is preparing for technical interviews. What I learned in boating school. I wonder if there should be anything else. I don't think I want this to go more clickbaity because I don't really think many people are going to see this blog post anyway. Hey, Groovy. Preparing for technical interviews. All right, I'll call it this, even if this doesn't end up being the final title. I need something to save the file as, right? So preparing for technical interviews. They are cool. All right, so that was step number 1. What's step number 2? For the actual content, just write an outline first, make a thumbnail, make sure to update blog.css is needed. Oh, yeah. And the blog post is an advertisement for me. Yeah, I don't know if I want to really treat it as an advertisement this time around. Hey, Pickle. And hey, Mega. All right, Mega. I'm going to just say these random non sequiturs. Please don't do that. I start my new position at work today. Nice. Well, except for your description of it. That sounds like you're not going to be enjoying it too much, but I hope it goes well for you. Yeah, so we can go get an image to try to represent this. I've got this somewhere, but where? Free stock photos at Pixabay. So maybe we can search for interview. Why do 3 giraffes come up when you search for interview? Honestly, this is my least favorite part of writing a blog post. But it's, hey, HK, how's the job hunting process? Check the today command. It is, well, I don't know where you last left off, but I got the 2 jobs and I have to still make a decision. Yes, you may ask how old I am, although you will not like the answer. There's the answer. Definitely had a very unique streaming community. Hopefully you'll find some time to come back. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping too, Kappa Mangoes. I'll miss you guys too for sure. Guy who hid Vent did some interviews. They'll know exactly what I'm talking about for sure. So yeah, here are the images I've been using already, and they show up at the top of the blog post, so I figured it's probably good to just stick with that. The problem is that a lot of the blog posts I'm going to be writing are just your typical, like, show a picture of code or something. So maybe we'll just use this. I mean, this isn't great, but it's not bad. Yeah. What? Why? The explanation is there too on this page. At least I think so. Yeah, it was originally an experiment. I just want to see how people would treat me if they didn't know my age. This is a date picture? No, but they're sitting at like a conference room table with conference chairs, right? At a restaurant, the chairs would be straight back and the table wouldn't be hovering with powerful magnets in between. Yeah, I think we'll just probably use this. And I should write this down in my own blog post thing. Excuse me. Look at Pixabay for that. Dave, I think that name is probably already taken on Twitch. What PC specs do I have? Yeah, sure, you can ask. Those are here. Okay, so yeah, content. Let's get to it, I guess. So what we have to do is massage this into actual actual words. How the prep is different when comparing junior versus senior. I don't think I have too much to say for this, but maybe I should talk about that too. I was interviewing for more senior positions, but I think this advice, maybe I shouldn't even say that. Maybe I'll just say like, this advice should apply in general to both junior and senior developers. Yeah. Hey, Apple, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm feeling pretty good. I was saying there are a few remaining tasks that I wanted to do. There are these blog posts, there's migrating Botland, and there's potentially open sourcing Botland. This is like a nice to have. This is pretty much necessary. And so I figured let's just start the week off pretty easy and I'll just do a blog post. Then maybe tomorrow we'll start with migrating Botland. That will not be at all simple to do. And it won't be simple to do for a couple of reasons. One, the work itself is just kind of tough. But two is showing that on stream. I don't know what I can show. Like a lot of it is going to be migrating data, migrating infrastructure, kind of just setting things up. So I don't know. Why didn't I apply for Facebook? I just didn't want to work for Facebook. Yeah, work to migrate to Azure. I'm going to have to write down goal, make it so that if I migrated to another cloud platform, that it wouldn't take forever. Yeah. No, Swavo, it shouldn't be like 5 hours. In general, it's a few like, I'd say like easy to moderate puzzles. So I'd say on average, people probably take somewhere between half an hour and an hour. I think I have a learn typing command. Yeah. And actually, I think this just links to a course now. Yeah. Unfortunately, there used to be free tips on that. Not anymore. So yeah, I want to make this into a more detailed outline. So we have the detailed outline. I want to figure out what's the high level outline, I guess. So we're going to talk about the intro, like what's this about? What will I cover? Yeah, talk about Fang. It's not for everyone, and the interview process is very particular. There are other resources. Will I lose my subscriber badge? I won't lose mine. Right now, if you look at my sub count, it is exactly and forever going to be 2. Well, not forever, I guess, but yeah, let me show you this. So this is what I see when I look at my dashboard. I could probably just show the whole dashboard, but yeah. So it says sub points 2, subscribers 2. Those 2 are me and my bot. It's supposed. Didn't realize you were part of first. Did AVN work for the security part? I ended up having someone target me. What does that mean? Also, part of first, I was basically like a contractor for first for roughly 2 weeks, and that was about it. So I never actually did it as part of the robotics club. Okay, what else? What else? What else? Disclaimer. Talk about prep. Talk about the cycle of learning coding questions. Mock interviews. So I guess the main portions of this are coding interviews, mock interviews. What else do we have? My notes, resources. Maybe that should go into the outline or intro. Yeah, there are plenty of resources online. So anything I skip over, like how do you negotiate, or what's the structure of each individual interview, should be easy to search. No, I won't be coding today. What is survivorship bias? Survivorship bias is hearing from survivors about something, basically. So I'll give you a quick example. Let's say you wanted some startup advice and you only ask successful startup CEOs. Then you're going to get advice that, well, you know they succeeded already. So who knows if what their advice they give you is actually good, they happen to work out. Whereas you won't hear from the like 95% of people who try to start up and didn't get it to work, but also might have good advice. So sometimes that can play into this. So for example, I got the jobs I was looking for. That doesn't necessarily mean my advice is going to be good, but that's a lot of the times kind of what you hear about here. Wendy, thanks for the raid. Hang on, I'll show chat here because I am not caught up. Leaning toward Google for you because the prestige is saying you work at Google. I'm surprised because I think there is more prestige there, although I'm not sure how that came to be exactly. And isn't Amazon stock price doing like crazy good? And nice hack. Yeah, I have some hacking notes. I had done it for maybe only about a week. And it was kind of interesting, but I found it was pretty hard for me to engage the audience because I wasn't an expert at it or anything. Remember your robot game? Yeah. Yeah. Fileland was discontinued back as in February, as of February. Take care, Leftchest. Good to see you. Those notes and or resources would be the end. You don't want someone to like find this and click off your blog. Oh, I don't mind if they do. This post is entirely to help people. It's not really to advertise for my own stuff. So if they click out of my blog and never come back, that's totally fine. Like I'm doing this mostly just to kind of give back because it's Survivor Bias, okay. Because I was helped a lot while I was on stream. But yeah, hey Wendy, hope your stream went well. I was telling everyone I'll be catching up with you afterward. 12:38 p.m. Yeah. Okay. So there was something else I mentioned during this. Also, I'm guessing that Survivor. Oh, it is survivorship bias actually, or survival bias. Okay, either one is fine. But I'm guessing I mentioned that somewhere. Yeah. All right, cool. So mock interviews. I had some random learnings. I guess we need to put those somewhere. Probably not as random, probably as miscellaneous. What else? What else? What else? Code specific tips. Practicing. Oh yeah, there's a bunch here. Journal interview tips. Resume and cover letter. There's a little bit about that. Resume and cover letter. And portfolio. Mid-session tips. Streaming, behavioral questions. Questions for a company. And reverse behavioral question. And I think that's about it. I didn't mention too much about system design, did I? I've got some, but yeah, not too much. Thanks, Stoop Kid. And what do I mean by the interview is really particular? What do I mean? Where is... Yeah, what are you referring to, HK? Someone logged into my account and sent messages like that to so many people, so I'm here apologizing. It wasn't me, but I feel bad. You know, it's actually kind of surprising you're not blocked. I blocked, I think, something like 1,000+ people over the last 2 weeks on Twitch, and I appreciate the apology for sure. You should very much certainly secure your account because this kind of thing is going to be happening more and more as any platform gets big. But yeah, I appreciate it, Yoshi. Is speaking to viewers important for streaming? I wrote a whole blog post on this stuff that I suggest you check out because that has all of my advice for streaming this sort of thing. Hey, Soulshine. Do have to run, but we'll catch you later this evening. All right, yeah. Take care, Wendy. Thanks again for the raid. Are 120 people genuinely writing to watch a blog post? I mean, so I didn't just like turn on Twitch for the first time in my life and then just, yeah, a bunch of people are watching. I've been streaming pretty consistently for about 5 years, and every once in a while I do a boring stream like this. So yes, I would say there are probably a bunch of people watching this. I don't know how people can hack accounts. So there are a bunch of different ways. One is reuse of passwords. So there's a site called, what's it called? Have I been on? Yeah, if you take a look at this site, you might find something interesting here. You type in an email address that you have. And so let's say you use like, Yoshi at gmail.com or something. If you type this in and it says, yes, you have been pwned, that means it's somewhere out there you have an account name and a password. And if you use that same account name everywhere, then they'll just try your password on other sites too. And so Twitch might not have been vulnerable, but you use the same one on whatever, like MySpace a long time ago or something like that. So reuse of passwords is one way. Phishing is another way, where you might get an email that says something like, we noticed something wrong with your Twitch account. Please log in to fix this. And so you're just like, okay, whatever. The email looks legitimate. So you click the link and it's something like, twitch.fakesite.com/login. And now all of a sudden you're giving your credentials to fakesite.com. So there are lots of ways that this can happen. And really the best way to protect against any of these is knowledge at first of just knowing how do these happen. And then after that, it's vigilance and also usually some extra protections. So for example, to get around reuse of passwords, I suggest getting a password manager. And that way all of your passwords look like this and you wouldn't even be able to know what they are. You just copy paste them. Yeah, two-factor authentication is another good way of doing this. So I do suggest looking into this quite a lot. But yeah, thank you for sharing that. I don't know how people have enough time to do this. What are they winning with this? That is a good question. In this case, what they're winning is basically like a botnet to do whatever they want. So I mentioned that in my case, and I very rarely talk about this, Yoshi. So you caught me at a time when I'm willing to talk about this. But I mentioned I blocked 1,000+ accounts in the last 2 weeks. So I'm a programmer. Blocking these accounts is something that I automated the process of via the API. But now imagine someone who doesn't do that. Do you know how many clicks it takes to block an account? It's like 8 or 9. So can you imagine clicking something 8,000 and 9,000 times? Like for a lot of people, that would really hinder their usage of the site. So in this case, I think it's just to frustrate people. But in some cases, it could be something more nefarious, like they want to steal your personal information, or I don't know. There could be any number of things. How do you rate Safari autocomplete? I don't have an iOS device that I use, so I don't know. Use the same pass and username for everything until I had my bank hacked. Yeah. Yeah, so for anyone who's not just automatically using a password manager right now, you really should. And so I use, what is this called? KeePass. Yeah. And so like I said, my passwords look something like this. If you ask me, hey, what's your password for site X? I would be like, I have no clue. I honestly wouldn't know. I wouldn't even know how long the password is. I just copy paste it every time. Yeah, and so there are lots of password managers. I'd say find one that works on all the platforms you want, whether you want it to sync automatically. You should, of course, trust them. And yeah. Okay, so I think we got the basics for this blog post. Now let's change this. So preparing for technical interviews. The blog post, the date is 08/31. Yeah. Okay, so I think I start everything that I've written within this post blank. Yeah, find out about this post, selling something online. You have an upcoming coding or system design interview. Check this out. Okay, so this one I think follows a pretty standard pattern, right? No, it doesn't. Yeah. I'll just write it this way. I'm a senior developer who spent roughly 150 hours preparing for my own technical interviews in 2020. This post contains everything important I learned in that time. Yeah. Do you know which Google product you'll be part of? No, I have to do the team matching phase now, which means that Google puts my resume in front of a bunch of teams that have openings. Those teams look through and say, like, is this guy a good fit? Then they would reach out to me and I'd find out if they're a good fit for me. And then I pick one. So that's what has to happen next. And yeah, take care, Yoshi. Yeah, and thanks for apologizing. I really appreciate that. Hey, C17R. You are a world now. Yeah, it's possible that none of the teams could see me as a good fit. And I asked about this actually. I said, "Hey, what happens if what happens in that case?" And he said, "That's never happened to me." He's a recruiter, so he said, "That's never happened to me. That's something I specialize in. So like, don't worry about that." But I guess that is possible. And then maybe I end this process and I say, "Well, that's it. I don't have a job now." That'd be a shame. Okay, so this is gonna be preparing for technical interviews. So it's somewhere on my hard drive. I have this. I don't know where this is. Slash blog. That means it must be in. Hang on, I don't think I can show this on stream. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so we need a new folder. Preparing for technical interviews. Yeah, she said, do you have an upcoming? That's fine. So we need two things in here, right? We need header, picture, and thumbnail. And I'm just going to take them from here. Where did that go? Here it is. Okay, so free download. And what size am I getting for this? Hang on a second. I don't remember any of this. Yeah, I think I just make this up. No, you may not put your Twitch link in chat. No. Thanks for asking. I would have banned you if you had, so it's a good thing that you asked. It's not one of those better to ask for forgiveness than permission kinds of things. So you don't have to wonder, what if I just typed it anyway? Then you would have been gone. Hey, Bard. When contacting all the teams, convincing them not to accept me. Okay, so I'll need to write this down. We might as well just get the dimensions of this. Header picture is 1082 by 721. That's unusual. And 387 by 258. There we go. Hey, Grace. Yeah, I want to write this down too. So thumbnail, so header picture.png, Bill Hader picture, that's this, and then thumbnail.png is this one. And these follow the dimensions of everything else too. I don't know how important it is for them all to be the same. Let me just make sure that a couple of them match. 1082 by 721 and 387 by 258. Yeah, cool. All right, so we got this picture. I guess it doesn't really matter what it's in. You just hit view actually. Oh yeah, I gotta sign in. Hang on a second. This goes back to not having any of my credentials for any of this stuff. There, now we got it. And free download. Would I mind sharing my work experience before Botland? I haven't shared what was directly before that. And actually, yeah, I don't know. The only thing I really talked about is that I worked at Microsoft for about 3.5 years. And thank you, Dwight. Thank you. So I think there's not too much to share there, unless you just mean what are the companies? Like, how did I get to where I am? And I find that question shows up quite a lot for people, which is like, how did you do whatever you did for just something? And this happens whether it's, hey, what programs do you use? What did you get a degree in? How did you get this job? And I think a lot of people are wondering, like, hey, what advice can I take from that? What can I emulate? And this is why I talk about survivorship bias, because the people who are in the position you want, all you know is that they got there. You don't know how they got there. And you don't know whether they got there in a smart way. So for me, I mean, I try to be mindful about how I go about doing these things, but that's kind of how this post is coming about. So if there is anything in particular you want to know about past companies or how I did something, yeah, feel free to ask. But about specifics of the companies, for example, I probably won't be sharing that. All right, so we got to download this and we got to get this into the right format. Yeah, when someone says the word Botland, I just trigger. I wake up as an undercover agent. It's my code word. 1082 by 721. So let's just see if this magically works. No. So the way we've got to do this then is we need to manually shrink the height. So let's do this, and then set this to 721 and click this button and just hope that it looks good. Hey, cool, it does. Awesome. So we'll just save that. It all worked in the end. Yeah. Hey, Edge. So header picture. Posted a video this week about survivor bias. How people got to where they are. Luck gets omitted, and people only focus on their own efforts. Yeah, and that's why I want to say, I want to call out this bias and say, like, look, here's what I think worked, but it's entirely possible that I needed to do none of this, and that you wouldn't need to do any of this either. Did I ever end up adding more to it? No, actually, I ended up kind of breaking it because I tried setting up Pi-hole and I messed that whole process up. So now it's just not even running. Dr. Maru, that's the first thing I'm going to do as an employee. I would like top access to all of the search histories, please. Yes, a Dr. Maru Q. He searched for what? Competitor to Botland. All right, next up, 387 by 258. I don't know if that's a 387 by... Oh, good, cool. So that's just cut in half. Well, more or less. That's how numbers work. Do you have the solution to auto-ban people on Twitch as open source? I do, but I don't think we're talking about the same thing here. What I was talking about is I would have banned a person if they'd self-promoted without asking for permission, and I basically haven't seen them in the stream for like longer than a couple weeks. But I do have something that can ban or time people out based on their account just being new. That's this. So HK, I typically don't really answer this, so I'm probably going to stick to not answering it. Sorry. Yeah. I'll just say at this point, maybe. Just use the install script. I did. I don't know, something went wrong, and I then couldn't access the device at all, and yeah, I broke a bunch of stuff. Anyway, Instagram, I don't know if you were asking because you wanted to be able to use this. I haven't touched this since, yeah, I guess like 2 years ago. So yeah, I don't know how well it works, but it should be pretty easy to modify it to just do some like simple if statement. Where is it? Let's take a quick look because I don't think this does anything crazy. Yeah, this calls timeout if they're at a certain date. Yeah, here it is. Yeah. So the code should be pretty straightforward. Oh no, that code. No, I don't. That was like a one-time thing that I wrote that I never actually. It's not like good code or anything. I might have even already deleted it. All right, well, we got these. That's pretty good. And photo credit, Adam learns. We can't say that. Oh boy. All right, so where do we get the photo credit for this? So act blog. Oh, it's not in the public blog? Yeah. So photo credit. That doesn't even show up. Where is this thing located? What is going on? Oh, it's in pages. Yeah, here we go. This one I got from Unsplash. And all the other ones, I guess I made myself. All right, so then let's just link directly to this picture. Like I said, this is my least favorite part of any of this stuff. There. Now, categories programming. I don't know what categories I use for this stuff. Programming, business. Maybe we put this as like interviewing, and then maybe programming is the second category. And now we can finally get to writing the post. All right. Close out these things. All right, so what's this about? What will I cover? Yeah. And let's go look through some of this. So this has specific tips for preparing. Yeah, maybe look through some of the headers. So specific tips for preparing. Maybe just skim through the headers for what's interesting to you, since the post is somewhat long. What else? I don't cover everything. And yeah, I mentioned the things about Fang in here as well. Yeah, that should be like a subheader. Okay, let's start on this. So I recently spent roughly, oh, by the way, people have been asking for, hey, where are the VODs for this stuff? I updated the job hunt command to include them. So this playlist, which I'd shared a couple of times, so it's not like this is brand new or anything, but this playlist is 33 videos of me preparing and then one where I said I'm finished. So yeah. I recently spent, and I summed this up. I'll just say I recently spent a little over 150 hours preparing for my own technical interviews as a candidate. This post contains everything that I learned during that time. If you're interested in watching my own, if you're interested in watching that preparation, I streamed it live on Twitch. So here are the unedited videos. I believe I have a PL command. Yeah. So here are the unedited videos. Tap over to this. The external link is true. Yep. There's no longer any Twitch chat shown. And we'll put a sad face for that. Okay. Hey, Kadoku. Hey, Reza. Did I crack the interview and land a job? Yeah. Check out the today command. In fact, it's the message right above what you asked, so it should still be in your chat. All right. Given the length of this post, I suggest just skimming through the headers for what's interesting to you. I intentionally don't cover everything, e.g. the structure of the interviews, how to negotiate for a salary, or how to negotiate your compensation, etc. Yeah. No, Swallow, you're not dumb. And if you need help, feel free to send me a message on Discord. The last person to do this was like very close on all of the different puzzles and just needed a tiny nudge in the right direction. Yeah. And thanks, Coders Life. All right, so given the length of this post, just skimming through the headers, what's interesting. Okay, so don't cover everything, skim the headers. Yeah. And maybe include a specific resources section at the end as well. Or maybe a call to action or something. Call to action or compiled resources at the end. Do I use VS Code for writing? Yeah, I do. Actually, you know what? I should host the site itself. Do I have a yarn run dev? Yeah. This should work. I should be able to just go to localhost 3000 now and, well, I mean, I need to wait for it, but yeah, then I should be able to see the blog post. Any command for VS Code Setup for writing? It's just the to-do command. And that's probably not what you're talking about. This is just me just typing on text. It's like a markdown kind of file. And if I wanted, I guess I could try to open up the markdown preview. No, it doesn't even work for this because this is an MDX file. So it allows some JavaScript code in it. It's got this blob of description at the top. Can you link a blog post from for Google employee? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay, so if I click blog, we should see the new post. No, because I need to do something here. What have I missed? Yeah, what have I missed? We should be able to, like, what's this called? Preparing for technical interviews. Does this resolve? Is there some other, no, this worked. Yeah. But it doesn't show here. What do I need to do for that? Latest post. Here it is. Yeah, this is fine. So this goes through all the posts that we find where exactly. blog posts, just blogs start on MDX. Okay, there's some caching issue then. Forgot about this. I could have sworn I had this written down somewhere. Usage from Next.js, iterable MDX files. I just say then for troubleshooting MDX issues, check out this note. There we go. I don't think I have read that before. I'll save that. Thanks, HK. Yeah, well, this is something. I don't remember how this is done, but I guess we'll figure it out later. Is your page in blog or blog pages? It should be in the same place as everywhere else that I had made these. Yeah. And I remember there being some caching issue because I think this all gets saved into here in MDX data. We have 5 JSON files though. I don't know. Maybe it's a caching issue at the browser level. I hit Control F5, and I'm not actually sure that does what I think it does. So let's just disable cache from the networking tab. Yeah, no, it's not doing anything different. All right, well, I'll look into that later. I could just try deploying online, and maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. But let's get the content for this. So let's see if we can go back to this. Yeah. Okay. So recently spent a little over 150 hours. Here are the unedited videos, if good. Okay. All right, so maybe we start with Bang jobs or Big N jobs. Is that what they're even called now? What is a Big N company? If there's a Wikipedia article, that'd be great. Big Tech. The Four Horsemen. Yeah, I shouldn't say it this way, I guess. How did the interview go? It went well. Yeah, I talk more about that in this Zapbox. So I guess we'll just say it this way, big tech jobs. So when I say big tech, I'm referring to various acronyms that you may have heard of, like FANG or Big N. Yeah. So big tech, and let's just have that be a link. Big tech refers to companies like Apple and Google that are typically at the top of the earnings across all tech companies. Is that how these are defined? Largest, most dominant, most valuable. Okay. Yeah, I think this is fair. Thanks, Hansel, bro. That's a nice name. So, by no means should every engineer be aiming for positions like these. And I think I wrote a little bit about this that I want to make sure is still here. Yeah, so this I've already written. Say that the terms are changing. Oh yeah, yep. I already said that. These companies aren't for everyone, so just automatically set your sights on this. Yeah, that's the part I want to include. These companies all have very similar interview processes that can be broken down into 3 main categories. One is coding questions, algorithms, and data structures. 2 is system design questions, e.g. design the infrastructure for Twitter. And 3 is behavioral questions, e.g. what's a time you overcame difficulty working with someone. So am I'm gonna make this very clear. I'm explicitly not advocating for every developer to set their sights on a big tech company. They're not for everyone. However, if you are looking to get hired at one of these companies, or if a company that you're interested in uses this process, then this should be a helpful blog post for you. Yeah. Thanks, War Eagle. Yeah, I'll definitely keep you guys in the loop for sure. Do you know what wrong on the programming questions, or was it just anxiety? I can't talk about this too much. There's an NDA for most of these interviews. And so if I was like, this is not what the question was, but let's say the question was something like find the largest number in an array. And I'm like, oh God, all I could do is talk about like an O of N solution here. And I didn't think about what if we sorted it and got it in log n time afterward. You know, like I can't ever give you that level of detail here. So at a very high level, what would I say it is? I think it's hard to even pin that down because let's say there's like 500 questions that exist and that when you see that there's like 1500 on LeetCode, it's really just that there are these 500 questions but with some tiny variations. So you could say that it comes down to, well, I just didn't see enough of these 500 questions. Or you could say I didn't see the pattern when I was in that interview. So that's where I know I'm speaking very vaguely here, but yeah, it's hard to say exactly when we're wrong. I don't think it was anxiety. Yeah, I don't think it was. And thank you, Thomas. Yeah, an NDA on the interview, that's actually pretty common for the big companies because they don't want you turning around and just saying, like, here are the newest questions. I think a lot of people do what they can to get ahead. And I was saying the other day, I kind of draw a line between there's like doing what you can to get ahead, and then there's just outright cheating. So, for example, and pretty much cheating always fits into doing what you can to get ahead. But there's a kosher way of doing this and there's a non-kosher way of doing this. And one easy example that chat has actually shared with me, some people interviewing others in chat have said that we heard someone on the phone and then we thought they did really well and had them in person and they had a different voice completely. And it's like, that's just outright cheating. Getting someone else to do your interview for you. That's not like you prepared in a very specific way and there's some questionable aspect of it. It's not. It's just completely like, I think that's not kosher, for example. So what I think a lot of the interview process has turned into is how do we turn this into a game and then get really good at the game? And that's not cheating. It's like you can go study 1,000 programming questions and you'll probably do better than someone who didn't study. That's what I mean. That's not cheating, but it's like you're not really helping yourself too much. I guess I want to share my opinion about the interview process itself and how my opinion doesn't matter. Have I ever programmed drivers? I have not actually. I started at one point. I had a mouse that was something like this that had a bunch of buttons on the side, and I wanted to do something specific, and I downloaded some driver code and I looked into it, but I didn't get very far with it. You talk about the pay you asked for at both companies? I mean, I technically probably could, but I don't think I'll be doing that, Thomas. What made me look for a full-time job? It was realizing that a part-time job pretty much doesn't exist the way that I wanted it. So part-time work is almost all contract, as opposed to, hey, we're going to hire you as a part-time employee. And actually, how all of this started, I said, okay, I'm going to look for a job and I'm looking for part-time work. And someone reached out to me and said, hey, I've got part-time work I need done. And we negotiated a rate and we talked about this. And then like 2 days later, they said, hey, actually, sorry, the position fell through. So it's entirely possible that none of this would have gone the way that it had if that position hadn't fallen through. And then I probably still would have worked on Adam Learns and everything. But hey, that's how this stuff works. How many problems did I finish on LeetCode before interviewing? And what is the proportion of easy, medium, and hard? I don't know how to easily get both of the answers to those questions. I know how to easily get the first one just by clicking this. Wait, is it? Is that how you do it? Yeah, here it is. So I apparently did about 10% of the problems. And then I had attempted a bunch of other ones. I don't know if you can split. Oh, yep, there we go. So yeah, hard I did 2%, medium was most of them, 60%, and easy was about 40%. Yeah. Okay, when sharing this link to the document on Suckit, the coding interview. Okay. Are looking to hire one of these companies, or if a company that you're interested in uses an interviewing process, sure, then this should be a helpful blog post for you. Okay. The process itself. So my opinion is that studying for this specific interview process won't necessarily make you better at the job. Whether or not there actually is a strong correlation between interview performance and job performance is something that I've been debating for a while. However, none of my opinions on this matter, since the fact, well, since you can't customize the interview process at big companies to suit what you think may work best. Why LeetCode over HackerRank? I think I talked about that somewhere. Maybe I didn't. There was, because I forgot the answer for this one, actually. It was something like on HackerRank, I thought they were kind of made up questions that didn't correlate to even the typical algorithm questions I was used to. But I didn't use it for very long to be able to fully conclude that, I think. Hey, Sean. Yeah, I managed to get a job. Yep. Check out the Today command. Yep. Did I do any on-site interviews, or is everything done online? So everyone who did these interviews kept calling them virtual on-site interviews. So in that sense, like, no, I did not go anywhere for sure. Nor would I probably, if they said, okay, we're going to have you to the office now, I probably would have been like, I'm not doing that. Because I don't think that's a wise decision for really anyone to make. Interviewers see lots of candidates. So that means you're putting yourself in contact with someone who sees lots of candidates, and they'd probably be safe and everything, but still, everything was virtual. And I really strongly preferred that because it meant I got to type with a keyboard instead of have to write with a marker. Can I share a link to the blog post? Yeah, the blog post is not actually online yet. We're currently writing it, but the blog is here. So when I'm done with it, it'll also be here. And thank you, Sean. Yeah. Studying for this specific interview process won't necessarily make you better at the job. For example, just because you can crank out algorithm-based questions doesn't mean you'll write maintainable code. So whether or not there actually is a strong correlation between the interview process and interview performance and job performance is something that I've been debating for a while. However, none of my opinions on this matter, for one simple fact. If you want to work for one of these companies, you have to follow their process. So this is probably worth saying here. Yeah. Regarding the process itself, so this is, yeah, I think this is pretty good. Yeah, no problem, Poe. Things you mentioned, the pros and cons of working at a big tech company. Yeah, that's something I debated on, saying that I don't think everyone should set their sights on it. So here's what I think are some of the pros and cons. But I'm not so sure that that's What would I even say? Pros and cons of working for a big company. I guess pros would be like job security, career growth, working with lots of smart engineers, compensation, impact. What else? Maybe to some extent like different problem space potentially. Cons, and this is what's hard to say because it's it's typically easy to talk about some of these things in general. Like every one of the big companies has global impact. Like you can't say Apple doesn't have millions of customers or Google doesn't have. They do. That's why they're the biggest companies. Compensation is typically commensurate with that. Different problem space is sort of vague the way I wrote it, but yeah, lots of smart engineers as opposed to you could be working at a startup with smart engineers, but you're not going to have like thousands of them. So those are kind of general things. Cons, I would say sometimes there's a lot of process. I'll just write it as process, politics. Mm, what else? Could potentially be like negative impact, I guess, like questionable ethics sometimes. What else? Oh, by the way, chat can contribute to this. This isn't meant to be just a list I come up with. Was it done on Skype? No, I don't think. I mean, if you're asking specifically, was it done on Skype, the program? Like, no. The program it was done on doesn't necessarily matter, but I don't think businesses use Skype anymore. A strange world at the moment. My first day tomorrow doesn't even have personal welcome of HR. Yeah, yeah. Oh, maybe you were asking War Eagle about that actually, because they mentioned Skype. Yeah. Wouldn't impact be a negative because you as a single person don't have that much impact as a product? So I guess we could say like product impact. That is a good point though. End defunctor. I think I think saying product impact, like millions will see the product, and maybe we could say like personal impact. It's possible that since you're one of 1,000 engineers in the org, your work means slightly less. Cons, yeah, I guess that's actually sort of it. Cons is usually like sort of less control. Yeah, whether about tech, what to prioritize, etc. Yeah, less creative freedom. That's kind of what I mean here too. So less control or creative freedom. Okay, so wait, before we go in anymore, is it worth even saying this? Because I think it might be fine to just say they're not for everyone and leave it at that. I don't know for sure that in a thing telling you about, hey, here's how you prepare for technical interviews, diving into, because even if we just left it at this and no extra text, this is like a 10 bullet point list. And I don't think it's worthwhile. So I don't think we should come up with more of these. I don't think it's worth including necessarily. Maybe if anything, I'd put another like half sentence saying there are there are too many reasons to list here. Might be good insight for the reader why it's not for everyone. I mean, I guess there is this section. Yeah. Maybe I'll just say it this way. Here's a super quick pros and cons list about working at such a company. Test two. I just want to make sure this turns into a bulleted list. It should. Oh, that automatically updated. Yeah. Does it make sense to have cons in a blog how to prepare for big tech? Or another article? Yeah, maybe we'll do that then. Working for a big tech company. Pros and cons. Maybe something like this. Perks, resources, opportunities, structure, stability, less creative thinking. You're just a number, hard to get ahead. Yeah. Yeah. So let's delete this. I don't think it's worthwhile to include a massive pros cons list here. So here, I don't even know if I want to write this. I don't know if I want to link to anything here. I just don't think it's the audience of this blog post. Without going into detail, I'll just say that they're not for everyone. However, you're all looking to get hired. Yeah, okay, I think this is fine. Should be a hell of a blog post for you. Regarding the process itself, my opinion is that studying for the specific interview process won't necessarily make you better at the job, better on the job. For example, just because you can crank out the answers to algorithm-based questions doesn't mean you'll write maintainable code. Whether or not there actually is a strong correlation between interview performance and job performance is something that I've been debating for a while. However, none of my opinions on this matter for one simple fact. If you want to work for one of these companies, you have to follow their process. Yep, and that's a process they do. Well, just linking it to the article means that I approve of the article or something, which I haven't read it, and I actually think this is kind of sprawling and it popped up a pop-up in the middle of it. So I think people can just do their own research, or they could ask me, I guess. All right, so I talked about this. The biggest motivator for me to spend so much time preparing was this document titled, so it was "You Suck at the Coding Interview." And this I actually can't really show on stream. It's an incredibly profane document, and I try to keep this family friendly. Welcome to the coding interview. You suck. Okay. Warning, not safe for work language. Might as well put that there. It's a 61-page document that essentially boils down to a couple of points. Yeah, the other day. How many leak codes did you solve? I was just saying about 150, about 60% were medium, 2% were hard. So like not many. I didn't do a whole lot. You have a great impact on the product if you're working in a startup. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. You'll have a greater percentage of impact on the product, but the product doesn't necessarily have as big of an impact on the world. So at any of these big companies, chances are your product is going to have to reach tons and tons of customers, or else they'll just pursue a different product. No lead code premium. I didn't sign up for that. I wonder if that's something worth writing. A lot of people have asked about that. But I can't say what it would have been like to use it, so I don't know if I have too much to say there. So point number one, I think, is you don't just have to be good enough to get a big tech job. You have to be better than the other candidates. As such, it means that you may have to put in more time than you may think. As people become better candidates, the bar raises for everyone. So there was that, and I don't know if there's anything else I really want to say here. Yeah, maybe I'll just say, essentially boils down to this. Yeah. I think this is pretty good. Could you rate the interview problems overall at par with LeetCode easy, medium, hard? I'm not going to talk about that now. And a few pointers on what worked for you and what didn't. The pointers overall I have in the today command that you've probably already read at this point. And that's kind of what I'm doing this blog post for, is like, what do I think worked well? And that's what this is going to turn into. So I don't think my coding prep went super well. I think the system design prep went incredibly. And I think the behavioral prep went pretty well too. That's how you do it, you peasant. Highlight your messages. You already put the lucky part, the thing that you need to be lucky. I haven't mentioned the survivorship bias yet. but I do want to include that somewhere. So this is why I was writing the outline for this. And survivorship bias is where I'm going to talk about, yeah, there is some luck involved. I should mention the anti-team concept and link to Moisha's blog or video. I'm leaning toward Google at this point, Arc, excuse me, Nix. Fact that big tech jobs are nearly unreachable and I have to outrun everybody else is obvious. What I'm worried about is what to focus and practice more. I agree. I think this is where it's like there are probably people who haven't thought of this necessarily, and I still think this section is going to be worthwhile. And if it's all information that you already know, then I think that's fine because I think this is going to be a very large blog post. I just want to make sure that the stuff I do include is going to be worthwhile for somebody. And I think this document was great for me because I knew all this stuff originally too, but I didn't really internalize it till I read this. This document was really just like page after page of, look, if you only kind of get the problems or you feel like, oh yeah, I did enough, and then you get to the interview and you don't do well and you think, oh, well, I just don't want to work at this company or something. Like there's a lot that goes in here for convincing you that you should do more. Basically it. Where is the Google office? I don't actually know because I have not done the team matching phase yet. So when they say Seattle, for those of you who know Seattle, I'm going to just say these cities, but I'm not going to explain anything for the people who don't. So there's Seattle itself. Then there's Kirkland, which is, I think, their HQ in the Seattle area. I'm not actually positive about that. Then there's Bellevue, and then there might be a Redmond office as well. So when Google says we're hiring you for Google Seattle, I think they're really hiring you for these locations, and you still have to pick. And they're not like super far from one another. So yeah, the answer is I don't know where the office would be exactly. How much time do you have to make a decision? Probably a couple weeks. Did you message recruiters directly when you applied, or did you just apply? I was referred at all the big companies. So I live in an area where there's enough representation by these big companies where like we have friends who work for pretty much all of them. Isn't Redmond Microsoft country? Yeah, Redmond is Microsoft's HQ, but there are other companies there. I don't know, like I said, I don't know for sure if Google is, but yeah, a lot of companies spun off from Microsoft employees, and then that became like not as big of a tech hub as Seattle proper, but a lot of people lump Redmond into Seattle when they're talking about it at a country level. You think mock interviews were near the real interview experience? So I think it's hard to say that a mock interview is never not the real interview experience, because if you think about who's interviewing, interviewers are just normal people. I should say normal engineers. And so whatever any other regular engineer might do could turn into the interview process. So yeah, I think they're pretty close, and I think it's hard to make them far away because you will come across bad interviewers and good interviewers, and same thing with mock interviews. What am I referring to that changed my perspective? This document, I will link this in. I think this was really, really good to read just to internalize this one point that, like I said, is repeated pretty much throughout the whole thing of you don't just need to be good enough, you have to be better than everybody else. And since everybody else is trying, then that means you need to try more. And I think of this a lot like I think of gaming. If you think of what it takes, like for those of you who know StarCraft or a real-time strategy game, it's a game where you build buildings, you train units, you get an army, you fight, you defeat your opponent. Great. Okay. The way that I played this game originally was like build one of each building and unit to try out all the cool abilities, right? And when you're in a battle, like watch the ability get used, watch the firefight happen. That is not how you play competitive StarCraft. You do like the opposite of that. You don't watch battles play out. You build like specific counters to your opponent. And the way it got to be that is in that way is because people kept getting better and better and refining these strategies over time to the point where now if you tried playing the way that I mentioned, there's just no way you'd ever get anywhere competitively. It's just not a viable strategy. To that same extent, this is pretty much turned into a game where the interview process, yeah, it was just, oh, hey, there's some coding questions, there's whatever else. And if you really wanted a job, you'd be like, all right, time to go hammer in a bunch of programming questions. So I don't know if it's worth writing so much about that. This document does a pretty good job of talking about it, so I think I'll just leave it to that. So I think we've talked about now all of this stuff. None of these are actually, let's just delete that. So here's the blog post we have so far. It's just the introduction section. And you know, I'll save this as the same document, but I'll put a 2 at the end and I can start deleting from it. General feeling is the process isn't online. This would be a blog post in itself. It's part of the game, whatever it is. People apply. Be careful how much time you spend preparing. Yeah. This is something I should probably say. With that said, you should be careful about how much time you spend preparing. I want to put this up here somewhere. Just because you can crank out the answers to algorithm-based questions. Something I've been debating for a while. However, that conclusion doesn't matter for one simple fact. You have to follow their process. Yep. With that said, yeah, so this is where this paragraph should come in. I think this is the most logical order. You should be careful about how much time you spend preparing due to the fact. Yeah, you should. How much time you spend preparing. I don't know how to say this in a good way right now. Am I using a notes extension? No, not for this at least. I was for my to-do list. That's To Do Plus. You have Python code that parses that MDX file. It's not Python code, it's JavaScript code that's going to parse it. And where can you find the blog? You can find it there, but it's not actually up yet. So what I say I'm writing and what... Sorry, that's really loud. Let me turn this off. Okay. What I say that I'm writing and what you're seeing on the screen is just on my local computer right now. Why is it so much louder than normal? Do you guys still hear that, even though I turned this up? My voice probably sounds a little bit more hollow, but hopefully it's cutting out a lot of the noise. Yeah, you can still hear that? Yeah. It's right outside my window right now. Yeah. Well, it'll go away soon. Yeah, it's low. I mean, if I turn this down, you'll hear it much, much louder. Yeah, it's my own blog site. Yeah. I'll probably also post it dev.to. And if I didn't already write that here, I definitely should. Dev.to. Where did I write this? Post to dev.to. Let me take a look. Hang on a sec. No, all right, never mind. I was just looking at something really fast. Identity is really good working for Google. Oh, sorry, I don't think I did read this, and I can't answer that. I haven't worked for Google yet, so it's hard for me to say. And I think depending on who you ask, you can pretty much slot people into like 3 high-level categories, right? At any company, it's people who like the company, people who are neutral, and people who dislike the company. And depending on who you ask, you'll get a different opinion. People who dislike the company would probably say like, nah, they're not really that good. People who like the company will probably say, yeah, they're pretty good. And that's why I don't, unless you pull enough of the people who were both there and who also had left it, I don't think you're going to get quite a valid answer. Now, I am still not sure how I want to say this. Because my opinion, it turns out my opinion does inform how I spent time doing this, and yet I still spent time on this anyway. I'll say since it might not correlate to job performance. But that's sort of what I already said here. As a result, yeah, I think you should be careful about how much time you spend preparing. And this is also why it's important to determine why you want to work for a big tech company. Yeah, there we go. Whether or not there actually is a strong correlation is something I've been debating for a while. All right, good. Thank you, Aditya. I appreciate it. Amazing news. Felt weirdly invested. Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting. And do I know Live Overflow in person? No, there are. I'd like to meet Live Overflow at some point. He's a cool guy. We've chatted a bit, but no, we met online. That's it. Yeah, there's channels with subscriptions turned off. I don't think it's very common. I turned mine off a little while ago, so now I have literally 2 subscribers, and they are me and my bot. How to be studious? I think this is a question that could get its own entire blog post. And at some point, that's something I want to do is write a blog post on motivation in general, start keeping notes. So many people have asked me, how do you stay motivated? And they've asked me, like I said, so many times that I've given a bunch of different answers at this point of whatever felt important to me at the time. And I should consolidate all of those answers and turn it into a blog post. Because this is something that I also probably won't talk about too much in here. How do you lay out your time? Yeah, structure the interviews, how to negotiate, how to spend your time, or how to build good study habits. Yeah. Yeah. How am I getting them into VS Code? Yeah, just copy pasting. Yep. Yeah, discipline over motivation. I totally agree. The way I look at motivation is that it's a springboard to discipline. But still, I think when I write a blog post on this, that's one of the things that would probably go in there. But I agree. Yeah. And I've gotta learn typing commands. This is the one thing of anything that I'm actually trying to promote at all. It's this one course, which is this, the development efficiency course. And this is the only one that's actually still selling on my site. So this course is about automating workflows, finding ways that you can make things faster. It comes with a bunch of notes, cheat sheets, and videos. And I think it's really helpful because I get this question quite a lot. Can I share my salary? I won't be sharing my salary. I probably could, but I don't think I'll be doing that. Also, I don't actually know it yet. I have no numbers in hand. I have no offer in hand yet. I need to go through the team matching phase still, which I should be hearing an email today, I assume, from Google saying like, hey, okay, we got some people. And if I don't, I'll probably send an email to them. Oh, I see. AMT. Yes, you can have $1. Okay, so I think we covered this. Careful how much time you spend. I only ended up interviewing with this. I got both jobs. I want to avoid survivorship bias. Yeah. Okay, now many people. Well, as for me, I only ended up interviewing with 2 FANG companies. I'll say 2 big tech companies. And while I got both jobs, I want to avoid survivorship bias in this blog post. I.e., something interesting that I took from this talk, and we need to go find this talk. So Moisha, 25 things I learned from 250 interviews. Here it is. Yep. This is exactly what I want. Let me load this up really fast. Mute and yep. This is it. This is from 2014, unfortunately. It's not very recent. Something interesting that I took from this talk is, so let me just write this person's name. Did a talk called There we go. What I learned doing 250 interviews at Google. One key takeaway for me is the concept of a perfect team of interviewers. Is that for any particular candidate, there exists a perfect team of interviewers who will hire that candidate and an anti-team who would never hire that candidate. I agree with this concept. You won't have chemistry with everyone. There may be miscommunications, And well, I think saying chemistry might be kind of the wrong, maybe more just rapport. Did streamer choose which company yet? I'm leaning toward Google. I haven't gone through the team matching yet. Yeah, we're gonna need to negotiate. Link, please. Yeah, sure. I'll link this video. I watched about half of this video and I thought it was pretty cool. I would say, really, whenever you hear anything in any part of your life, you should take it with a grain of salt. And so there were some things in here that I thought, I don't know how accurate that is, or whether it's still accurate to this day. Maybe it was in 2014. So watch it. This person has some good stories to share. And then there are some things which there's no accuracy. It's just this person's opinion. And even that was pretty interesting. So they said, and this is a question I've always had, is like, what is the appeal to interview with these companies? Not to be interviewed, but to conduct the interviews. And he said it was a fun process. You got to talk to other engineers. You know, he had a bunch of reasons. And you can't argue with this guy's reasons. They're his opinions. So, but I still found that interesting. Why Google? There are a bunch of reasons, and I feel like I should turn this into a command at some point because I'm going to get asked this quite a lot. Um, it's just more interesting to me for some reason, and I think there's a lot of biases that play into that. Yeah, NMW is gone, not for me at least. So one key takeaway for me is that for any particular candidate, okay, I think I should start like this. I really like this concept of writing logically, where every paragraph should flow well into the other paragraph, and you should always know what the author is trying to say. And so starting this by saying, hey, I think there's luck involved, and then sort of transitioning into, here's a talk that mentions an anti-team. So you may not have a rapport with everyone, and there may be miscommunications. So as for me, I only ended up interviewing 2 big tech companies, and while I got both jobs, I want to avoid survivorship bias in this blog post. I may just have had the perfect team of interviewers at both places. I may have effectively studied. I may not have needed to study at all. Who knows? Take my whole blog post with a grain of salt. Yeah. So do you think having a startup worked for you in terms of skill and recognition? Yeah, sorry, I had read that. I just didn't respond to it. Yeah, it's hard to say. And this is kind of what I'm talking about here. Like, who knows what would have happened if I hadn't made a startup? Now, as for me, I think I learned a ton. In fact, this interview prep blog post thing, we wrote about coding tips and system design tips. And then farther down, I just wrote startup learnings and I started writing an outline of everything I've learned over the years. And we got about an hour and a half into that and then I stopped. I have learned a ton. And I don't think I would have learned those same things if I hadn't done a startup. And I think one of the most important things that I learned is kind of the mindset of learning and tackling problems and taking ownership. I said one and then I wrote and twice. So this is really like 3 things. But there was a time at a job before the startup where I might be like, oh, you know what? This task is too big. I probably shouldn't do it. And at a startup, you can't have that mentality because if you do, you won't get anywhere. And I think all 3 of these things go into that. One, you need to take ownership of it, and then you need to actually do it. And you also need to learn how you're supposed to do it. So now I think if someone were to say something like, hey, this takes place in a language you've never used before, I wouldn't just be like, oh, time to go find someone who learns that language. I might actually say, okay, I guess I'll spend a week or 2 learning the language and figuring out if exactly how this works. So I think it has helped. Hey, Journey. Do you consider reviewing other people's blog posts as a reward, maybe? Yeah, maybe here or there. Hang on one second. Okay, fine. Hang on one more second. Okay. So What was I saying? Oh yeah, would I read other people's blog posts? Um, like here and there, probably. If you're saying to check for editing or for content, like yeah, you could send me a message on Discord. I might take a look. Yeah, yeah, I agree with what Antimatter Tape says here. Just get more points. It used to be easier when you could be a subscriber, because then you'd get double points or something like that. Okay. One key takeaway for me is that for any particular candidate, there exists a perfect team of interviewers who will hire that candidate and an anti-team who would never hire that candidate. I don't think I should say that we're perfect here. I agree with this concept. You may not have a rapport with everyone and there may be miscommunications. This only talks about the anti-team though. Some interviewers will help you fill in the blanks, and others may not develop a rapport, or they may facilitate more miscommunication. Yeah. So as for me, I only ended up interviewing with 2 big tech companies, and while I got both jobs, I want to avoid survivorship bias in this post. Well, maybe I'll say I want to mention survivorship bias. I may just have had the perfect team of interviewers at both places. I may have effectively studied. I may not have needed to study at all. Who knows? Take my whole blog post with a grain of salt. Yeah. 13K is pretty steep. I agree. Do I think negotiating the salary is a good thing? I don't know if you're focusing on negotiating as the operative word or salary as the operative word. What I think is important is negotiating your compensation. I don't think it has to be your salary necessarily. At most jobs, well, I guess at most publicly traded companies, I should say, your salary is one component of it. Then there are typically stocks. Then there's typically a bonus, and then there's typically any other benefits you might get. And since salary is one part of this, and any company, your salary is going to be X% of the money you get, right? Whether you have stocks or not. I mean, this could be 100%, but that's one component of it. So yeah, I think you should negotiate your compensation. I don't think there's any reason not to, unless you think there's some very tenuous grasp you have on the job offer itself, and you think that by negotiating you might lose that offer, which I have to imagine would be pretty rare. Then yeah, I think you should negotiate. Is there more hiring tech because of COVID? It's hard for me to say because from my point of view, since I was only looking at places that were hiring, it seemed to me like, oh, there are tons of jobs. But then I talked to other people and I've heard different things. So I don't know for sure. I've been contributing to open source, hoping to be more skilled. Do you think it's a good way to do it? Just programming skills in general? I think that with any activity, there's like doing and there's learning. And doing will get you to some level and then not kind of beyond it. So who mentioned this? I think it might have just been a Reddit comment. They said, picture someone who's got 20,000 hours of driving experience. Are they much better than someone with 5,000 hours of driving experience? Like both are obviously not going to make some basic mistakes you might only have with 10 minutes of driving experience, right? 5,000 and 20,000 are huge numbers. But do you think this person is going to be just automatically better than this person? And I don't think so. And I think this kind of happens where you will do things and you'll just get to a level that's definitely better than when you started. But then at some point you'll plateau and then you need some very focused learning and doing. And it's kind of this same thing I'd said about how much time you put in per day. Like if you spend 5 minutes per day playing basketball, you'll definitely improve for some amount of days. And I can't imagine that's going to be too terribly long, maybe like 3 months or something just to make up a number. But it's not like if you're doing this for 10 years, you're still going to be like, oh man, in minute number 4 of year 10, I really learned a lot. It's like, no, that's not going to happen. You're just going to hit some limit. And I think the same thing happens with learning how to code. So will open source contributions help? Yeah, for sure. Will just coding on your own personal projects help? Will working for a job help? All of these things are going to be, yes, they'll help to some extent. And then you're probably need to supplement that knowledge with books and with code reviews and with pair programming and with specific techniques to try to address the gaps you might have. Oh, I see. Yeah. Have any general tips on fighting anxiety in general? General tips. Oh, that is a very large topic. So here's a specific form of anxiety that I've been focusing on for me: analysis paralysis. And even just talking about this one specific thing has been difficult. So in general, I don't think I'd have any great tips. But even on this specific thing that I was mentioning, I think for me, it was, I guess maybe you can boil this down to a pattern of like, one, identify what's causing your anxiety, and then two, figure out enough about your own patterns to know what's worked. And this means some amount of experimentation, studying, just kind of like noting things. I have an idea that I think is an awesome idea that I started, but I can't say for sure that it's worked or not. And that's converting my life to a flowchart. And so I started working on this the other day, where it's like when I'm angry, and then there'd be a bunch of boxes here that go to other boxes, and your typical flowchart stuff, right? And like when I'm lazy, whenever just something, I wanted to figure out, could I turn all of my patterns into this flowchart? And so I'm guessing the answer is probably no. There's probably some amount of like variability in our moods or in our lives. But when it comes to anxiety, there's probably some amount of patterns that have happened in your past that will let you know what you could do. And for some people, it's going to be meditation. For other people, it's going to be therapy. For other people, it's going to be some like, I don't know, some destructive behavior or something that lets them move past it. And I think it's more about figuring out what's working for you. So I want to try this. I want to see. But I think in order to convert your life to a flowchart, you basically need to follow the memento style of life, which is get used to looking at your wrist for words you might have written. What I mean is you've got to build in a pattern of involving this flowchart at every point in your life so you're constantly improving it. What was the reasoning for applying for Amazon and Google? Did you consider any other companies? I considered Microsoft as well. I've mentioned this before, but the long story made very short is that they didn't really get back to me after a certain point. Yeah. So if I ever make any progress with this, I will almost certainly write a book, because I think this would be like my life work. But it's going to take a lot of work. I should really put this on the forefront. I should like write programs or something to make it easier. Yeah. Have I done much with mind maps? No, not really. Yeah. Oh, nice. Tennis. Yeah. Congrats. And if you don't mind, you can send me a PM or a whisper if you prefer, or just don't answer at all. But out of curiosity, where in the world did you get it? Okay, so we covered one part of this. I know my pace has greatly slowed down when talking about this stuff. So I've now talked about all of these things. Yeah, and I pretty much mentioned this too. And maybe this should be in the conclusion of what I thought was most helpful. But I think the biggest thing people are probably going to care about next would be coding interview things. So maybe I should write that next. My own notes. So I took a copious amount of notes for the following topics. One was, well, let's just look at them all. Engineering interview prep. And I probably can't link specifically to these things. System design. Maybe I shouldn't even write the topics. I took a copious amount of notes during the last few months about all of these topics. Yeah, and maybe that should just be its own link, and we set the URL to notes. Most are located in the MISC section. E.g. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just copy these things here. And then is there anything else? Maybe we could talk about like dynamic programming in here. Although these could move. This is encoding. No, paths may change. Paths or titles of these notes may change. System design means design patterns. No, not in my case. What this meant was more along the lines of designing infrastructure and scalable systems. So talking about things like load balancers, firewalls, how you'd scale out certain nodes, what the communication patterns will be between them, replication. Norway. Okay, yeah, awesome. Congrats. Yeah. Any big plans before starting working? Not Streamwise? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. It's been a little bit tough because I everyone needs some fulfillment in their life and they get it from different things. And something I don't know if I really talked about too much over the last few months is that when you stop doing your main gig, whatever that is, you sort of feel like your identity changes a bit. And to some extent, I guess that means I was defining my life somewhat by my job that I had. And so when I stopped doing Adam Learns and I started doing interview prep, I thought like, oh, God, what's the point of this? Like, why am I doing this? What's even going on? Like, am I fulfilled? Is this working towards something? And so now I feel like I am on track for fulfillment again. So that if I don't do anything massively fulfilling in the next couple of weeks, it's not a huge deal. And yet I'm still doing work. I mean, I know that this stream I already said was going to be like a boring, chill stream, and it is. So it's not a ton of work, but I mean, still, I'm trying to provide some value here, and this is work, even though it's very slow work. Do you ever get anxiety over possible security issues? Yeah, the way I look at it is you can't protect everything your first time around, so there will be problems, and it's all about how you handle those problems. How can you get fulfillment without video games? You could find some way to work in video games to the fulfillment that isn't just consuming them. You could do game design, you could make mods, you could make a game, you could learn a game engine. Yeah, no subs, no value. Thank you, Ryan. It's very nice of you. All right, I think we talked about the notes here. All right, so next I want to talk about, I'm sure I've covered most of what's in my notes, introduce the notes by saying what the contents are. Yeah. So coding specific tips, this is what I want to talk about next. And this is going to be some massive section we're going to need to organize. So I guess let's start by just moving all of this to the top. Hey, Maple. Ex-Apple writing his own OS has some good thoughts on the topic. Yeah, I think that there are some problems in life that you have that are so fleeting that there's no point in even coming up to a way of solving it in the future necessarily. What's a good example of that? I don't know. Like when you're moving between two apartments, you might be like, "Oh man, it'd be really nice for next time for saving time." But it's like unless you move enough times in your life, which you might, then that might just not matter at all for you. So this is the kind of thing where I was like, look, this identity finding stuff I thought was interesting to think about, and I kind of came to my own conclusions about it. I don't know how many times I'll be in that situation in my life. Certainly after retiring, and certainly in between jobs, I think it could happen. But I think I know enough about myself to know roughly how the next 5 years will play out in terms of like career aspirations, or how I want them to play out, not how they will play out. I should start streaming games again. You mean playing them? Because I don't think I'll be streaming myself playing games anytime soon. But making them, that could happen. Yeah. You have a security team checking your code? You typically would. It's hard for me to say because the last time I worked at a big company like that was at Microsoft and we were on the security team. So I don't know what would have happened if we weren't on the security team, if another team would have looked at it, but I think there would be. Yeah, Taurus, I think you're right. And this is where I think if I could copy this message, I think you need to be very mindful about goals. So if your goal is to make a good game, you can do that and meet this quality of good by your own metrics. And then that's it. You can feel good about it. I think a lot of people start with I want to make a game for myself, and then they turn that into a business. So it's like game for themselves turns into a business idea. And I don't think this process works most of the time. I think even trying to make a game for a business from the beginning doesn't work most of the time, because most startups fail. But I think that if you don't have that business baked in from the beginning, that you won't make the right moves. And I think, I mean, I've seen enough examples of this. This has also been my experience with Botland. Botland started as just a game. That was it. And then it turned into like a game for a very specific audience. And then it turned into a game for a business. And I just don't think I made the right decisions along the way. Where if I said it was a business from the very beginning, I think it would have gone differently. Are these documents uploaded somewhere? A lot of this stuff is detonated. So if you're just talking about what I'm typing into here, for example, like, no, these are usually just closed and deleted forever afterward. So like whatever I wrote here is just like, you could just close that now, for example. But then this will turn into the blog post I put online. Okay, so next up we'll talk about coding interviews, algorithms, and data structures. Okie dokie. So we have all these things. So when you're first jumping in, there could be quite a lot that's new to you. So I want to talk about the process. Then here are just some tips, I guess, right? Unit tests. Different companies have different interview practices. So this is another process one, and maybe we can separate it into that. Process of studying. These are like tips. Yeah, I think we just say mostly process. Picture this scenario. You start a problem, come with an algorithm, code it. Yeah, sure. Usually no need to write obvious functions. So maybe we talk about this is for the interview? No, this is still for the process. Maybe we say that this is for the interview itself. Easy to burn out if you're doing hours of coding prep every day. And a major component of fluency is identifying patterns. Yeah, I'd say this goes into tips. So we ended up with kind of 3 sections here, but this section's pretty small. So maybe we'll write this in just the tips section. Okay, so now we end up with 2 of these. Not too bad. Process. So I have these things here. I think there are 2 general phases that happen while you're preparing for coding interviews. One is you're learning that various algorithms or data structures even exist for the first time. Yep. So if you've never done a shortest path algorithm in your life, then it's somewhat unlikely that you're going to stumble upon a good algorithm for it while practicing. For that reason, I think it's good to put a time limit on how long you attempt a problem on your own so that you don't end up having to reinvent the wheel during an interview. And then 2 is you've seen enough breadth where maybe, should I say this? You've learned enough breadth where you now need to discover patterns and heuristics for coming to the right solutions. Yeah. So phase number 1 is going to be pretty obvious while you're practicing. If you've never used a heap before, maybe I should talk about all this stuff here. Yeah. Somewhat likely you're going to stumble upon a good algorithm for it while practicing. For that reason, I think it's good to put a time limit. I'll just say it's good to put a time limit on how long you attempt a problem on your own. Yeah. How do you pronounce your name? Or what should I call you? How much time do you give yourself for a problem before quitting? I think that's pretty subjective. How long I gave myself was as long as I felt like I was making progress. Is it Joa? Or Joa? I only vaguely know how that might be pronounced. Yeah, if you've never done this before, for that reason, could have put a time limit on how long. In general, I felt like I would try to continue for as long as I felt that I was making progress toward a solution. Okay, I'm gonna deal with you here tomorrow. How about that? Yes. Okay. Then phase 2, you've learned enough breadth. So this I don't want to necessarily say. You've learned enough. You've encountered enough breadth where there's very little new information. Nothing happened. There's nothing super important. Hey, Sean. All right. So in phase number 2, it's the goal is to discover patterns and heuristics for coming to the right solutions faster or more accurately. For example, you may have a hint to do something in log n time, which steers you toward a binary search, or I feel like I have this written somewhere else, right? Yeah. Or a tree-based solution. Yeah. Miraculously may have a hint to do something in log n time, which steers you toward a binary search or tree-based solution. What is my overall point here? I think it's that once you're in phase 2, it's hard to know when you're ready. It's hard to know when you're ready for the interviews themselves. However, at that point, it definitely means that you're ready for mock interviews. What is my title today? Literally just writing a blog post. Yeah, it's accurate. Think you should recommend some articles or YouTube channels, mainly about the technical interviews? For me to recommend anything means that I would want to consume it first. And I have not consumed very many YouTube videos on preparing for this stuff. And a lot of the reason why is because I was trying to use content I could show on stream. And with YouTube videos, you usually have to ask for permission. So I just didn't watch any YouTube videos while preparing, except for the MIT ones. Those were definitely good. But those were for very specific components of the coding interview. It's hard to know whether you're ready for the interviews themselves. However, at that point, it definitely means that you're ready for mock interviews. Okay. Different companies have different interviewing practices, so you may not have syntax highlighting at all. For that reason, you should practice in an environment. Is this worth saying, or should I just put this in like a tips section? I guess we'll include this here. Let's try to mix it up a bit with, yeah, with other areas of practice, system design, behavioral questions, mock interviews, etc. Yeah. Would it be good to mention that the interviewer is just a person? I think it might be at some point. Did I write that the best ones will just seem like they're two engineers talking? Yeah. Realize that people interviewing you are just people. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, so tips. This section will seem... I don't need to say anything here necessarily. I'll just include the tips. Are they asking you to find a number in an array faster than open time? If so, you probably need sorting or ordering. These kinds of hints or similarities are good to consciously identify when possible. Yeah. As much as you can consciously identify these patterns and try to write them down. Yeah. I find that it doesn't help to memorize code. I'll have that be a separate point. Okay, so look at other people's solutions after attempting a problem, even if you solve the problem. This is how you'll discover other techniques or approaches that could help you in the future. Try not to memorize code. Your goal should be to get to the point where you can... Did I cut my hair? No, I still have to do that. Your goal should be to get to the point where you can convert, where you can reasonably come up with a code given enough direction. Yeah, a slight twist on the problem in your shambles. Yeah. Yeah, the closest I came to memorizing code was to remember how particular algorithms may be implemented. For example, for a binary search, you typically keep track of left and right values, or low and high. Knowing that you need two variables is important, so that's something I tried to remember. Okay, while practicing, I found it helpful to write unit tests. I did this so frequently that I made a snippet of VS Code. And I wrote to include the snippet. I don't know if that's actually a good idea to include this. Where is it? It was like V code. Yeah, here it is. This was really nice. So for anyone who hasn't seen the snippet yet, you would typically have a problem that was just some like, I don't know, fine point structure or something, and you'd pass in an array of points. And this was your algorithm you had to write. And so I wrote a function or a snippet that just lets me test this fast. So I can write something like, okay, I take in coins, I call find coin structure, and I make sure that the output is the same, and that's it. And now, whoops, that was supposed to be there. And now I could just call test with, all right, if I have coins 4, 3, and 5, that I was supposed to write 3 is the answer. And then we're done. And that took hardly any time whatsoever. And now I could have unit tests very, very easily. And I thought this was nice. I don't know if it's worth including in this blog post, because I'm going to need to say how you use this and why you'd use it. So maybe instead we'll just include a code snippet really simply. Now, how do I do code snippets in my own blog post? Have this step. I had to do it here. Yeah. So we use syntax highlighter. Oh, God. Yeah, this doesn't sound very good. Yeah, here it was. All right, I'll do this. I don't want to do this, but I'll do it. And we need to see how this works. Where did I do this stuff? Transparent, true. I don't even see that here. Oh, because the code snippet's in some other file. Oh my god. I forgot about this. Alright, it's in here somewhere. If we search for transparent, we should find it. Yeah, here it is. These snippets, HTML snippet. So I need to do the same thing if I wanted to do this. Code snippet source. Ack. Yeah, ack. I don't want to do this. I think there was some way for me to include it myself, but MDX files don't like it when you put the string in there, so I relocated it here. Oh boy. Oh. Did I write anything about this anywhere? No, I didn't. What is that React app? This is just how I had to deal with MDX and including code. This is done in React, and it's Next.js that's statically exporting. But yeah, this is somewhat tedious. Well, I said I'll do it, so I guess I'll just do it. For adding code, look at this one, I guess. I had to define the snippets in its own JS file since MDX doesn't like processing code. Okay, so I guess let's go save this somewhere else. So MISC, we'll say this is preparing for the technical interview code snippets such as. MDX is not made by me, no. MDX is JSX in Markdown. Yeah. So this was an HTML snippet. Both of these were. I guess these can be a JavaScript snippet. And then we can just put code here now. So the code that I want to include is something like this. And I don't want the tab width to be too big. So let's do that. So, you know what, let's make it a little bit simpler. Let's say like find largest number in array numbers. Return math.max dot numbers. Your algo goes here, e.g. return math.max numbers. Okay, cool. So now we would take this in as numbers. And we say find largest number in array. There. Now we don't actually need Lodash, so I guess let's get rid of that. Yeah, I know. Watching ads again is the one bad thing of deleting the sub button. And the way I looked at it is for double the amount of your sub, you could get Twitch Turbo, and then I guess you wouldn't have ads on any channel. So if you just spent an extra $5 beyond your sub, but then again, some people were using Twitch Prime, so it would have been $10 more. But thank you, Beck. Thank you. So this is what I wanted to include here. Okay, so find largest number in array. Your algo goes here. So this is the function you're tasked with writing. This is a unit test function that I would make. It calls the function we have to write. It then checks if we got the expected output. Yep. And we could put this just directly into there if we wanted it to. Now you just have to write your test cases. And maybe we say like negative 110. I don't know. I'm assuming the stream will wind down. Is there a way to keep up with you in your journey without doxing yourself? Will you continue to be public somewhere? For now, what I'm saying is you'd be able to find out through Discord. I don't know what I'm going to be doing in terms of Twitch or in terms of YouTube. There will probably be something. my main goal is going to be to put my all into the full-time job for a little bit, and then after that I'm going to try to figure out like what to do with extra time. So extra time at first might just go toward the full-time job, and yeah, when I feel like I have stability, maybe I can say, okay, now I should do a Twitch stream once a week or something. Yeah, maybe I'll do more on YouTube. I feel like it's probably a better fit for my time than doing things on Twitch. Twitch is really helpful for a bunch of reasons, but I feel like the content just evaporates after I've made it. And on YouTube, it exists forever. And having that long tail of content is really nice. And I'm actually still seeing this happen. For some reason, I haven't made a YouTube video in a while. My subscriber count is still actually going up, and I don't know who's subscribing. And this is not a high number of subscribers. I'm like just above 1,000, but still, this is. I guess some people are still finding these videos and they're helpful enough for them, so they subscribe to the channel. And I don't even have that many, like I said. So this makes me think, what if I put a little bit more time into that and really try to build out this channel? And I think part of the reason is the playlists are a pretty good way to find value in here too. It's the Twitch people. Yeah, I guess so. And thank you guys for subbing there. Like I said, I don't know what I want to do with it yet. This is now my third YouTube channel. My first one was, does this even work? No. How do you even, oh, I don't have a custom channel thing because you need some special, I don't know, it shows up as user. Yeah, so I have my personal channel that I had originally. I had the Exonomist channel for Botland. And this had way more public videos, but still not like a ton. And then I have the current channel now. Hey, Leander. Yeah, it's last user. Didn't realize. I'm going to take a couple weeks off to get acquainted with your position. Yeah, probably. It's hard to say because a lot of jobs start out and there's just not much you even can do in your first week. Like I remember at Microsoft, I think, was it one day? Maybe it was just one day. I think the first day was orientation day. And I don't even think I had a computer that day. So it's not like you just literally can't do work if you don't have a computer there. But yeah, it'll ramp up probably pretty quickly there. And then there's going to be tons and tons of stuff to learn. And there's a lot of other tasks you sort of have to do that aren't really work, like getting to know your team and how will you do that. And yeah, so going to try to put a lot of time into that and make sure I'm organized with it. Okay, so this was our JavaScript snippet here. Now we need to include that. So where do we, are all these tabs now like dead tabs? Yes, let's close it. I'm trying to figure out where, here it is. Okay, so we need code snippet there. And then we need to use code snippet like so. Try saying find a help with the right unit test. So that goes here. And then instead of HTML snippet, we're going to include this over here as JavaScript snippet. Yeah. And that goes here. Okay. We're almost done with this. And then for language, I don't know what we're supposed to write here. JavaScript, I guess. Does that work? If so, that'd just be amazing. Did it. Hey, nice. It did, except for there's a new line at the very top of it. Where'd that come from? Here. Okay, could we get rid of that? I guess we could put a backslash here to get rid of it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, nice. Where did I land a job? Please check that today command. It was Google and Amazon, but yeah, there are probably going to be some follow-up questions that are also answered in the today command. Thanks, Claude. Remote orientation day is a bummer. I made a ton of friends at my onboarding. Yeah, I remember at Microsoft, I met I met one person there, and then through him met some other people. And yeah, that was a good way of that was like my friend group at the beginning of joining the company. Now, I think what's great is having friends at different parts of the company, but it's really important I think to have some friends a little closer to you in the company too. And my team was I think it was a very diverse team in terms of like everything, culture, age, which I think is good from a work perspective, but I think it's sometimes tough, if you're let's say your closest coworker to you is like 30 years apart, it's harder to find common ground. But yeah, like I said, from a work perspective, I think that's great. What happened? Did I choose? No, I didn't choose yet. The job hunt command is almost always going to have this update, by the way. I'm going to try to keep this up to date no matter what. So I think if you check that command, or even if you just bookmark this document, it'll probably answer it. I don't mind you asking me, but I'm probably going to answer it for everybody all at once. Okay, so I wrote this down. Let's go continue with this. So avoid monkey patching. Does monkey patching have a Wikipedia? It does. Duck punching. I've never heard of that. I like that much more than monkey patching. This is not actually what I thought this was. For dynamic modifications. Huh. No, what I always thought this was is just like just hacking something together in whatever way it'll make it work. What's that called then? I guess just stupidly coding. Huh. Okay. So avoid fixing symptoms, I guess we'll say. So picture this scenario. You start a problem, you come up with an algorithm, you code it, then you find that you're getting an unexpected answer. I'll say result, not answer. You modify some code and it works. But now another test case is failing. If you find this pattern happening to you enough, then it's usually an indication that you messed up the algorithm and that you're trying to quickly fix it by just changing true to false or removing +1 from something. When this happened to me, I tried to go back to the algorithm and run tests on my pseudocode rather than my actual code. That way I could identify which equivalence class of test cases I wasn't covering. Yeah, that's good. There's usually no need to write obvious functions to write the bodies of obvious functions. For example, if your language doesn't have a built-in way to find the largest number in an array, then you can usually ask your interviewer, is it okay to assume that find max number in an array exists and runs an O(n) time? Yep. So yeah, this is something that people have asked about before. So I used to work at Microsoft, and when I was at Microsoft, I was using Chrome. I think it's going to be the same thing at Google if I end up using Bing, where it's like, nobody cares. That's my guess. And even if I had to change for the job, I'd probably still use it personally just because it's just free money. Might as well just use Bing. You mentioned avoid questions with lots of downvotes. No, not really, because I don't want to talk too much about specific websites. Use Edge to really flex on them. So a lot of my workflow is my workflow for a particular reason. And if there's a good enough reason to switch, I'll switch. But if there's not a good enough reason, I'll just stick with what I'm doing. Hey, Richie. Yeah, you're getting paid for both companies. True that. Did I not write this one anywhere? No, I didn't. Different companies have different interview practices. For example, you may be coding. If you're coding online, you may not be allowed to use syntax highlighting. For that reason, you should practice in an environment that emulates the real interview as closely as possible. And you'll find out about this. I'll say you can find out about the real interview by asking your recruiter. How much can you earn? If I had to guess, it's like probably like 10 cents per day, maybe something along that line. Where it's not a lot of money. It's, I mean, but you're just doing searches, right? So at some point, I think at the highest I ever had this was like $5 a month. And I'm not trying to exploit the system or anything. You know, it would be probably easy to automate the searches. I don't plan on doing that. I was just doing whatever searches I would normally do. Do I have a deadline? I don't think I have a deadline at all. Yeah. Check something really fast. Yeah, all right. Okay, so I wrote all these things down. I don't think there's anything more I want to say for that. So for some, well, even for specific resources, I've got this all in my interview prep note. I don't know if it's worth writing anything down for this. Although I don't think I ever mentioned cracking the coding interview. I did not, no. Cracking the coding interview. It's a book. It's a paid book. I used this many years ago and liked it well enough. Well, there is a limit you can get per day, even if you were to automate it. And it works out to something pretty small. It's probably like 30 cents max per day. Yeah, I think this is probably pretty good. So mock interviews, I want to have a section on that. That was all of this stuff. Mock interviews to me are all about empowerment. If you do well, then you know that you're on track for the real interview. And if you don't do well, let's make that a separate sentence, then you'll be given feedback specific to your situation that can help you learn. Yeah, and I think that feedback, I guess I'll say this is why it's important to do many mock interviews, because the people conducting them may not be experienced interviewers. So you'll want enough feedback where you can see commonalities. For me, my specific stumbling points, I don't think it's worth saying what mine were. Yeah, I don't think it's worth saying what mine are. It can also be helpful to conduct mock interviews, even if you're the one looking for a job, so that you can see what it's like to be on the other side of interviewing. Okay, I found interviewers through word of mouth, but here are some resources that people suggested to me, which I've never used, I should say. Took you 1.5 with a little help from Discord, you liar. I'm glad you found it fun. And now you have your answer. See, that's how the process works. Ask question, get answer, conduct puzzle. Have you done that, being an interviewer? I did a long time ago, and I'm probably going to do that for someone in the community at least, kind of soon. The thing is, I don't have a lot of industry interviewing experience. I brushed up with it a little bit at my last job. And yeah, I just generally, I don't know, I don't like the process too much. And I think it's really hard to gauge how good a candidate is. When I found out later there were some slight things you were missing. Yeah, and this is why I say your interviewers might not be experienced. And if they aren't, then you just need to do more mock interviews, I think. Thank you, Fled. Thank you. So I found my specific interviewers through word of mouth, but here's some resources that people suggested to me, which I've never used. So yeah, one is Pramp. And I don't know if I should write this as like, I'll just write it like this. And the other is interviewing.io. Are you going to be interviewing once you work at Google? So I don't know, but yeah, Richie says it's not a requirement. So I don't know if I'd want to. Like, here's one of the things that I've always found kind of tough, which is let's say you don't really agree with the process, but you stand to benefit from it, and it's not really ethically wrong. It's not a requirement to interview people if you work at the company. So in this case, the scenario is something like this. Like, one, I don't really think the interview process is productive, but two, I probably stand to benefit from getting experience interviewing people. So like I said, it's not really so much an ethical question. It's not like that person has money. I stand to benefit from money. I will steal their money. Like, that's a very ethically wrong. It's very clear cut. But would I want to feed this beast to eventually get experience that could help me? I don't know. It's kind of tough to figure out. But I'm not even in that position right now, so this is hypothetical for the future. Having issues with sleep? I was asleep. I see flat. Yeah. I remember a while ago you were having sleep issues too. You were waking up at like 4 p.m. and stuff. Those aren't going to pay themselves. All right, I guess this thing about paying it forward, the value, replicating. Oh, yeah, that's pretty important too. If you don't do well, you'll be giving feedback. Not important to do many. Even just by being in the interview, you're likely doing something to address your anxiety since the environment mimics the real interview. Being in the interview. Okay, feedback and practice. Yep. It's also an opportunity to practice 1 to 2 more questions. If you do well, you can know you're on track for the real interview. If you don't do well, you'll be given feedback. That's why it's important to do many mock interviews, because the people conducting them may not be experienced. They want feedback. You're likely doing something to address your anxiety. All in all, I think mock interviews are a great way to spend your time once you feel you have enough of the basics down. Yeah. Okay, it can also be helpful to conduct mock interviews. Yeah, I don't think I want to write anything about you have to pay it forward. How do you know when to call yourself senior software engineer? It's pretty much meaningless. I don't think you necessarily know or don't know. I guess you could know based on your title. I know I wrote it in this blog post. I think it's mostly to lend credibility here. But like I said, I'm not really trying to sell anything in this blog post. This is mostly meant just for people's value. So my goal is to provide value, not to sell something necessarily. Do you think DS and algo knowledge is indicative of actual programming skill? No, I don't. No. Make an LC post in the discussion forum. Oh, yeah, I could. I'm not even really trying to drive traffic to the site. Like I said, this is purely just for value of readers. So, what was I going to say about Kalix's question? Do you think DS and algo is indicative of actual programming? So this is one of the things I wrote in this blog post, which is not public. So that I wrote. Yeah, this regarding the process itself. My opinion is that studying for this specific interview. Should I say this? Sorry, I know I stopped reading that. Maybe I'll say this specific interview style won't necessarily make you better on the job. For example, just because you can crank on answers doesn't mean you'll write maintainable code. Yeah. Do I have anything else? Biggest value for me was figure out my specific shortcomings. I think I wrote that here. Yeah. And maybe this should go in the system design section. Like these were my weaknesses. They could be your weaknesses too. But I think we've talked about this now. Let's talk about system design. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah, so I have a lot of thoughts on this topic. Like if you care about how things actually work, you have to be good at data structures and algorithms anyway. Like, yeah, I generally think so. But I think these are, if you think of the qualities of data structure and algorithms questions, it's typically that there is usually an easy solution and then various levels of like hard solutions. And that's nice from a question perspective. Like if I ask you what's 2 plus 2, there's one answer and you're done. And there's no way to be like, okay, but what if we change this property of it? It's like, I don't know. I guess I could start to ask you like what's 2 times 6 or some more difficult problem. But usually with these questions they give you, it's like there's a brute force solution, there's an O of n to the third solution or something, and then there's some clever way of getting to like n log n with this, and cool, if you get there, then they can tell quite a lot about you. So the quality of the question, I think that's interesting, but I don't know how much it correlates to the big question that companies are trying to answer is, would this candidate be good at this company? And are these good questions to ask for that? They're part of it, but does it answer the biggest question, which is, do we hire this person? How much do we pay them? What's their title? What do we give them for responsibilities? And yeah, like I said, this could be an entirely different blog post. What do you propose to be a better interview process? Yeah, so this is something that I think comes up next as a natural question. And I have kind of two answers. My first is you don't need to be a chef to know the food is bad, right? So I think this process is bad, and I could maybe propose a new one, but I don't know for sure that it would work better. Now, with that, we get to my second answer, which is I think some kind of pair programming. The way that I look at this is right now, companies spend 5 hours interviewing candidates. So what if we spent 3 hours doing pair programming? And you're basically given a task like hour number one, design some small system and write out APIs and whatever else, I don't know. And then hour number two could be something like code the system, refactor as new requirements come in, etc. And then hour number three could be some like maintainability thing, maybe some testing, maybe I don't know, documentation even. I don't know what you would do exactly. But when people hear about pair programming interviews, I think they think, oh, how would this fit into 1 hour? But if the company is doing this, they could say our whole interview process is 5 hours of pair programming, but we're going to use it to test everything: your system design, your behavioral questions, your coding skills, your algorithms, data structures, everything else that you wouldn't necessarily be able to do, like like maintainability. Would mean leads and seniors are in permanent interview mode. What do you mean? Like, what I'm trying to say is companies spend the same amount of time and interview candidates spend the same amount of time. So let's think about permanent interview mode. I don't think would necessarily happen from this. Also, these would be three different interviewers. This would be like interviewer number 1, 2, and 3. So each interviewer is spending the same amount of time they're already spending. Now, would it be better? I don't know. I think there are some pros to the system for sure. There are probably also cons. And I think one of the things that I know CEO of Coronavirus, usually when he gets into this conversation, is like people would find a way to game this too. And I think my general thought here is that if you gamed the system of pair programming, then you're becoming a better programmer. But that might not be true. And that's what I think is the best interview. The best interview is one that by getting good at it, you get better at the job, you'll eventually do it. And the worst is the opposite of this, where it's like, hey, I want you to juggle 12 balls. This is kind of the joke thing that I've been mentioning. Like, yeah, you can get really good at that. That's a skill. And you could spend 20, 40, 60 hours doing that. And that will not make you better at any job that you're doing at, a company like Amazon or Google. Now we should be judging people. I think that saying it doesn't matter in the real world at all, not treating problems as data transformation, is very insidious. Yeah, I agree. And I hope I don't give off that impression in what I have written down here is that they don't matter at all. I just don't think there's a correlation between the interview performance and job performance right now. We're draining on interviewers, unlike just relaxing in a chair and asking questions. I get what you're saying. Yeah. That might be true. And yeah, that might be true. I don't know for sure. That might be one of the cons of this. Yeah, you probably would need to be more engaged. Hey, Aurelio. All right, let's move on to the next section of this. We're making progress with this. We've got a decent amount of. I mean, this is our blog post so far. It's already up to what, like a 7-minute read probably, and I have more sections I want to write. So I want to go to system design stuff next. So that's what we do here, and I want this to be after. I want this to be after the coding section. So just to be clear, coding questions are something along the lines of what you'd find on LeetCode or HackerRank. Let's get the URLs for those. Yeah. LeetCode or HackerRank. E.g., write an algorithm to what's a common inverted binary tree? I don't know, something like that. Yeah, there we go. And then here, I want to put that same thing. System design questions are something along the lines of design a system. Well, let's look at the example ones that we had here. Because they had a bunch of sample questions. Yeah, design pastebin.com. Design a key value store for a search engine. They involve high-level infrastructure. They can span anything from infrastructure, e.g., there's a load balancer in front of a web layer with an in-memory cache, down to the code itself. There are these 3 APIs, and consumers and customers will hit them 1,000 times per second. Yeah. Reminds me of the saying, when a metric becomes a target, it ceases to be a good metric. Yeah, and it's hard to avoid that for something like this. It's like I said, the company pretty much has one question of, should we hire this candidate? And in order to figure that out, they have to conduct a series of tests. Like, that's pretty much always going to be there, because you might say, oh, well, what if we just looked at their portfolio? And it's like, how do you know they did that work? How do you know what their impact is? And so I think the big companies are always going to have some kind of test process. And yeah, then the question is, do the tests correlate to the job? And I think it partially does right now. Like, I think the system design questions were actually pretty good. They were typically something you would see on the job. I've never had a problem with a system design question. I think these are already a good gauge right now. Behavioral questions, I think you pretty much have to ask, but I don't know. This is a little tougher for me because I've talked about this before on the stream that it's very easy to know what the right answer is to these, even if you didn't have experience with it. So, like, what's a time you had difficulty working with someone? Everyone should have a story for this. At some point in their lives, they've worked with someone who was not easy to work with. But not everyone has a story that has the right answer component, which is like, oh man, I sat down with them and I helped mentor them and I found out, oh, they're really having some problems at home. And that, to try to be more accommodating, I did this and I looped in these. It's like, no, maybe you didn't do that stuff. Maybe it was just a hard person to work with and you just complained about it to everybody for that time. And like, I don't think you should be that way on a job. But for all the good stories you have about something, there's probably stories where you were the problem for somebody else. And these behavioral questions, I think, are sometimes to figure out how good are your marketing skills. And there's some value in that, not in just them being marketing skills, but in you knowing what the right answer is. If you can't even identify that this is not just a question of telling me about a sucky coworker you had, then that's probably a red flag on its own. But just because you can't recall a story instantaneously about this, I think that's, I don't know. I think there's some questionable parts here. Is it stated in the blog post this kind of interview prep is made for jobs at FANG companies? Yeah. And I wrote that at the top here somewhere. Big tech jobs. I'm not advocating that everyone does this, but if you are doing one of those companies, it's this process, or if your company follows this process, here's some tips. Hey, Romania, playing your manager. Should you edit this story? I think at the very least, you need to edit it to hit the intent of the question. As in, hey, what was the time you had difficulty working with someone? If you were just like, oh, I worked with this guy, he was a jerk. Like, that's the answer, but that's not the answer they're looking for. So at the very least, you need to edit it for the answer they're looking for. But if you're saying, should I edit history to make it fit the answer they're looking for? Like, that's a big up in the air question, I feel. Because if your experience is such that you might do that now, like let's say you had one experience with a bad coworker and you handled it poorly, and what you learned from that is how you should handle it. Like, should you just say, oh, here's how I'd handle it now? I don't know. There's a lot of kind of fuzziness around this. So I think some amount of editing is probably needed by those questions. Yeah. All right, what else do I have here for some design things? Yeah. Here are my tips on system design. The answer to all system design questions is it depends. Well, this sounds a bit silly. It's an accurate view of the mindset you should have for system design problems. There's almost never just one solution. So the process is all about weighing trade-offs. A major component of system design questions is prioritization. From what I've seen, the interviewer will usually steer you toward the high priority part of the task, but it's of course better if you can identify it yourself. You'll get better at finding this core by practicing, but don't be afraid to ask during the interview what they'd like you to focus on. So great resources for getting started. Biggest value for me was to figure out my specific shortcomings. I've had to the core of the problem, designing for a perfect solution rather than a real world solution. Yeah, I don't think we should say that. I don't think I should even bulletize this list. Yes, yes. Yeah. Hey, Meister. Hello to you too. So something that was difficult for me to grasp at first was the fact that large systems are just sets of smaller systems, and you don't always need to drill into the smaller systems. Let's get rid of the parentheses to not make that too complex. For example, in most web-facing systems, you'll have a load balancer. The load balancer itself isn't just one computer somewhere. It's usually at least two. That way you don't have a single point of failure. Once you have two, you may need some replication between them. You may talk about whether only one is acting as an active endpoint or if both can accept traffic. All of these, I'll say into the things, avenues can be explored if they're important enough to the problem or the interviewer. But it's usually safe to just leave it as load balancer on your diagram. To be clear, my struggle was that I was trying to design all parts of a system when some of these would be their own entire system design questions on their own. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah, this is where mock interviews are really nice too. For more specifics, don't forget to check out my notes. I think the ones I took on system design were quite helpful. And there are extra resources at the top in the MISC section. And there are extra, well, I'll say that. No, I think I probably should. Extra resource at the top if you want even more depth. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay, I need to talk about behavioral questions. I need to talk about during the interview, portfolio, resume, cover letter. So let's cover behavioral questions next. And yeah, questions for the company. We're slowly getting to the end of this blog post. These always take a very long time to write. Even if I'm not streaming, it's like somewhere between 2 and 6 hours. And I'm happy to do this one just for, like I said, just for the benefit of people reading it. Behavioral questions are questions like this. Well, I kind of wrote all this earlier in the post, right? What's the time you overcame difficulty working with someone? I'll just use that same one. Yeah. Doesn't read cover letters at all. Other directors always read them. Yeah, there's a story. I really like this. It's terrible if this ever happened, but that some hiring manager gets a stack of resumes and just takes the first half off the top and puts them in the trash and says, "I don't hire unlucky people." Like, that person might exist out there. And it's hilarious, but yeah, there are going to be some people who just reject cover letters for whatever reason. Tendency you had to thoroughly explain the system you're creating down to the subsystems. Do you think it's due to your many years of working on Botland? I think it's just how I tend to analyze things. And I think that my experience working on Botland helped for that. I like to write down pretty much all of my thoughts anyway, which really helps during an interview. And I also like to keep splitting things up and writing pros and cons. God, that story. I don't like unlucky people. There's so many layers to it. All right. The most important part of these questions is figuring out the true intent of the questions. How about we phrase it like this? What's a time you had difficulty working with someone? So in this particular case, answering the question literally would likely be a red flag. The interviewer doesn't want to hear you complain about an old coworker you had. The intent is almost always, remember that the overall question that the company is always trying to answer is, should we hire this person? Try to spin your experiences positively and focus on how you can provide value to the company. Yeah, what's difficult about these questions for me is just remembering what I even did in my last X years. After that, there's some amount of marketing spin you have to put on it. I already wrote this stuff down. Yeah, I already wrote all this stuff down. To that end, I spent a bunch of time brainstorming important stories from my, yeah, and seeing how they would correlate to common interview questions. I did this specifically for Amazon in, now here's where we're going to do this again. We're going to say my notes, and make sure this didn't show up anywhere else. It did. Yep. Let's see. Amazon Leadership Principle Stories V2 in the MISC section. Do I have resources for cover letter and resume? Not really too much. I'm going to write a little bit about it in here. If you have any specific questions, I don't mind answering. Yeah. Yeah. When you're actually in the interview, what you'll find is that you get a question where many of your potential stories could be used as an answer, but rarely will they fit exactly. Yeah. I think this is what's tough about behavioral questions for me, is that getting them to fit is sometimes difficult, but also the interviewer is usually looking for something specific. I think it's okay to use something that mostly fits, but I found that the story should be impactful on its own, even if you need to add or remove minor details. For example, a story where, for example, if your end result from some story is that you improved, I don't know, customer retention by 37%, then that will speak for itself regardless of the situation, exact situation, or I'll just say that'll likely speak louder than the exact situation. That you paint. Trimming down the resume to one page. I think in most cases, maybe you should look at it the opposite way of what details are important enough to include on that page, so that you're building up one page rather than trimming it down. Because if I think of just listing out, here's what I think a resume kind of has at a high level. It has your work experience, maybe your skills, maybe depending on where you are in your career, your education, and maybe some like personal projects or something you might want to include as well. In general, like these sorts of things, and how much time you spend on each one is going to vary based on your career and based on what experience you have. So, for example, if you've been in the industry for like 20 years, your resume is almost entirely going to be your work experience, probably. Or if you worked at like 10 different companies or something, you might want to say like, here's the important things I did at each of these companies were, and maybe you don't focus so much on personal projects, let's say. So yeah, if you've only been in the industry for, let's say, like 3 years, you probably shouldn't even have a 2-page resume such that you need to trim things down, or else you've been very verbose about that experience, or your formatting is such that it's just not great, right? Like if you listed out a bulleted list of like companies, and you wrote company one, and then you wrote like role one, and then you finally got down to your task, you spent like 4 bullet points, and now you've indented by 8 spaces or something by the time you even get to describing your task. Like this, you could just change your formatting a bit. So yeah, I don't know where you are exactly, Rahul, with your resume, but yeah, make sure whatever you're writing is appealing to whoever might be hiring you. Would I review your resume? If you send it to me on Discord, I could probably take a look. Fine as you get a question. Yeah. So this is, I think, pretty good. Okay. And then I guess we'll make a separate section, like interviewing the company. The interview time isn't just for the company to figure out if you're a good fit. It's also for you to figure out if you like the company, if you would like the company, team, and the job itself. Where will this blog be? Just on my regular blog site. So right now I only have 4 blog posts. And I'm working on this. And it's going to be very long. So here are some, well, maybe it's not worth listing this. Yeah, maybe I should just say this here. So in my notes under MISC and engineering interview prep, I have lists of questions that I found helpful. Some of my favorites are below. What's your least favorite thing about working here? What's your favorite thing about working here? How often do you work later on weekends? And I think those are my 2 favorites, actually. This one I don't ever ask as much as I do because usually other questions reveal what the answer to this one would have been. But knowing what you know now, what are things you wish you knew before you started? I like the question. So I'll put that here too. Okay, what else do we have? I still have a bunch of other sections here. So I guess let's go do resume, portfolio, and cover letter. All right, take care, Vlad. I hope you can sleep. Why is this not working? I keep typing a tilde instead of a backtick. Why is this not working? Huh, whatever. Okay, well, resume, cover letter, and portfolio. In my opinion, all of these only exist to get you an interview. Yeah, all these exist to get you to the interview. They're not used very much during an interview. So yeah, now it works. So resume, quick resume tips. Don't undersell yourself. But also don't lie. If I'm just going to copy paste these, then I might as well just move this up here. Be able to talk about everything that you wrote. Keep to 1 page unless you're very senior. Make sure you run it by other people. And write exactly what you did at a job. I don't think that's necessary to write. All right, and then regarding the portfolio, I think this is going to be largely ignored by big companies, but small companies seem to appreciate it. For example, I made a quick video summing up my last 5 years, and I was given incredibly positive feedback on this. My goal is to keep it as short as possible and have a really polished presentation. Yep. Cool. Yeah, so that's that section. We still have a bunch left. All right. Talk about the bits that were most helpful. Talk about the cycle of learning coding questions. Everything's going to correlate. It's like tuning heuristics. Yeah, so we already talked about this stuff. Hey, Derek. So we're down to just a few more things. General interview tips, mid-session tips, be positive. I think this would all fit into just a miscellaneous tips section. Or maybe we say that all of this is the mid-session stuff. Yeah, I think I'm just going to make a miscellaneous section next. Should you share in general on Discord? Yeah, general's fine. Yeah. Thanks for asking. Okay, so we're going to put in all of these things now and find a way to make this work. And then the conclusion, I need to write something. Well, we're almost there, though. This has taken quite some time. So follow your practice. Whatever you do while preparing should be the same process you do during the interview. During one mock interview, I skipped writing pseudocode, but I never skipped that step before, and then I felt lost during, so I felt lost during the rest of the problem. So don't ask an interviewer about what process they want to see unless you're truly flexible. I don't think it's worth writing. Okay, for me specifically, I don't think I benefited from watching other people doing this process on YouTube, doing their own interview prep, e.g. on YouTube. However, I was doing it all on Twitch. I never really mentioned this on Twitch. Oh, I did actually mention it at the beginning. Yeah. And by the way, Dr. Mario, you can link that if you want. Ask my audience what they gained. In general, it was being able to see the real process and how someone goes through it. And also to get the resources that I was following. What I mean by the real process is that sometimes on YouTube, you see people explaining how they arrived at the correct solution. In my videos, I was tackling these problems from the point of view of someone who'd never seen them, so I sometimes wouldn't get the solution. But I saw my own thought process behind it. Also, broadcasting the mock interviews will helpful. And I'll say you'll find those in this playlist. I don't actually have the playlist. Thanks for linking that in. There we go. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. Yeah, I was looking for a job hunt during COVID-19 times, so everything was virtual, which was a huge advantage since I tend to type when I'm saying aloud anyway. So almost all of my thoughts would end up in a document or workspace shared with the interviewer. It's made it easier for interviewers to follow my thought process. And I didn't have to break my hand writing on a whiteboard with a marker. Okay, a framework for answering all types of questions. I think this is really good. Watching others. Virtual interviews. Frameworks. Yep, huge advantage. Actually, I think this is something companies are going to keep an eye on is should we keep interviews virtual? One of the things that happens right now, and this is common for these big companies, is they'll fly you out, put you up in a hotel, then like taxi you to the building, have 5 hours of interviews, and then do the reverse of all that, right? Demolish the hotel, destroy the taxi, and fly you back to your place. That alone, I mean, if you were doing that as just a regular person and flying across the country or something like that, that costs what, like $500 round trip, getting a hotel, whatever. And so the company has some discount for that, but still, it costs them what, $300, $400? not to mention the engineering time that they're losing by interviewing people. Like that's a big investment. By just moving that to be virtual, it costs them practically nothing. Well, it's still costing the engineering time, but it's not like they're flying you out anywhere. It's not like they have to put you up at a hotel. And I don't really think too much is gained by doing all of it in person, unless it's the team you're going to be working with, which I think could be helpful. Hey, Agent Orange. So come up with a framework for answering all types of questions. For example, here were my technical frameworks. So we had coding questions, was write pseudocode, test the pseudocode. No, that wasn't it. It was understand the problem. All right, understand the problem, write an algorithm and test it while it's just an algorithm. Write pseudocode and test it while it's still pseudocode. And then write code and test it. And for a system design question, it was a more complex framework than that. Yeah, here it was. I'm going to copy this in, but I'm going to trim it down. Understand the problem. The users, I'll just say understand the problem. Identify the core of the problem to make sure you're prioritizing the right thing. Design at a high level. Design at a low level. Prioritizing what's important. And then identify bottlenecks, single points of failure, and improvements that can be made. That's it. No, nice, Geeky. Yeah, there's been a lot of interest in this blog post, actually, which I'm kind of surprised about because, well, a little surprised. For the last 2 months, I was doing this whole process myself. And so if you managed to watch during that time, I think you would have learned a lot, maybe. But I know people want a succinct way of getting a view into that 2 months. Unfortunately, this will not be a very succinct blog post, but it's certainly more succinct than watching 150 hours of YouTube videos. So I think it'll help for that. Take care of the day. Yeah. Okay. If you could only memorize 2 to 3 things, then your frameworks should be in that list. For example, here are my frameworks for answering technical questions. Yeah. Am I using Next.js? Yeah, I am. Yep. Notice that the honeymoon period for me dies down after that long, and I start to feel whether or not I could do the job long term. I think the status update. So this blog post, I don't know if you're asking as part of this or as like you're interested in seeing it. As part of the interview prep, I don't think it's worthwhile for me to say like I like my job after 6 months or I don't like my job. But I think as a separate blog post completely, yeah, I think that could be really interesting. Makes you think if you put the link to headalerts.com in there once or twice. Yeah, was that my phone that just vibrated? Or was it one of your phones? That's weird. My phone's on Do Not Disturb. Got it. Yeah. Turbo Dave. Yeah, I think that could be really interesting. I'll write that down. Also, I probably should email Google today. All right, got this. So during an interview, tips during an interview. Think aloud as much as possible. If you're stuck and but you're not vocalizing anything, then the interviewer can't nudge you in the right direction or give you points for exploring possibilities that even if they wouldn't have worked. Be positive and keep trying. I kept getting really dejected even while practicing when a solution wouldn't come to me quickly, but you have to try to fight that as much as possible. What I did to help the positivity was to tackle easier problems after failing to solve one. For example, if I was on lead code, I would revert from medium to easy so I could feel good about myself. Honestly, it's a good tip, so I'm definitely including this, even if it sounds silly. If the interview spans lunch, then don't do what I did and no gigantic lunch. This is another one of those tips where it's like, it's kind of obvious, but yeah, this hurt me enough a couple of times. Not in real interviews because I learned before that, but I would do a morning stream and then I'd have like a gigantic lunch, as I mentioned here, and then nothing would get done in the afternoon. Nerves. So, do you have any tips for handling nerves in the interview and not freezing up? Tips about nerves and anxiety. So realize that the people interviewing you are just people. One of the Google Prep videos I watched mentioned that a good interview from their perspective will feel like it's just two engineers talking. Mock interviews will help. Nothing more to say there. Streaming is really good for this too if you've never streamed before. I suppose that having an audience is what simulates the nerves of being in an interview. And that's it. And yeah, my most helpful prep. High-level learnings about my prep. I'm not sure that my coding prep was the best. I feel like it was the weakest part of my interviews, even though I got the jobs. I don't know what exactly should have been improved, though. The system design prep, even though I spent the longest. Actually, it was 100 plus hours on it, right? I don't know what exactly should have been improved, though. And maybe it was just fine. Plus, I got the jobs in the end. So maybe I'm being too critical. I said 150 hours total, but I think the coding prep itself was like 100 of those. The system design prep, I think, ended up being 5 days. So I'd say probably like 40 hours. And the behavioral was definitely the smallest at maybe 10 hours, if that. System design prep that I did was the best use of my time, the most fun, and the most insightful. I spent about 40 hours on that. I had the benefit of learning from industry experts through my stream. Yeah. I don't know if, well, I don't know because we're saying that, because other people can't benefit from that. And behavioral questions, if I hadn't written down compelling stories about my own work experience, then I never would have had any answers for the behavioral questions. I spent about 10 hours compiling that list. Yeah. And then above all, I think mock interviews I did were amazingly helpful. As I mentioned, it helps discover specific shortcomings. Well, I'll say it helped me discover specific shortcomings, my own shortcomings, and allowed me to focus on addressing those. For example, I worked identify the core of the problem directly into my system design framework, since I would sometimes keep talking about breadth instead of depth. Yep. Okay, so conclusion. I think we finally made it down to the bottom of this. Goodness gracious. Yeah. Oh, So what's the conclusion from all this? I mean, I think these are the high level learnings. Maybe I should just move this down to conclusions. Yeah, then we'll have to read the whole post and edit it again. And yeah, this is why my title of the stream is literally just writing a blog post. There's a lot of work that goes into this. And it, I don't know how to ask this question, but is watching this process helpful for anybody in chat? Because the people who are remaining, I mean, Chad died a little while ago. I don't think this is an interesting stream to watch, but I think it does show you how the sausage is made. And I think for coding, it's a little more interesting than for writing a blog post, but still, yeah, I think some people just see a course that I make or a blog post I write and they're like, oh, yeah, that probably took them like half an hour. It doesn't. So my biggest learnings were as follows. Yeah, be mindful about your own goals and make sure that a company with such a rigorous interview process would be worth it. There's no guarantee that you'd be happy at a big tech company. I need to think about this a little bit more. Just try to squish cursor on my own screen. Because I made this green for the Godot thing that I was doing. I wonder if I just set that back to white. Can I provide suggestions or feedback? I probably can, Rahul. Yeah. And when I said I probably could, I don't mean I was not implying a timeline. So I might get to it in like a few hours or something. Did I get the offer letters? No. So I talked to Amazon, and long story short, I told them I want to hear back from Google first. I haven't heard anything from Google. So it was Wednesday. They said the hiring committee approved. And then they said team matching is next. And that's it. That's all I heard from them as of Wednesday. So I'm waiting on a response about this. I don't know how long it should take. He said early next week, which granted, that's not the first time that he said early next week. So I assume it's going to be by Wednesday. Is it safe to let Amazon know you have a competing offer? Yeah, I mean, that's what I did. The other thing too is, I guess I'm trying to think of what I can say here. Anyway, I did. Yes. let's just say that. All right. So what do I want to sum up here? Because if I look back at my intro, what do we have? And here are the unedited videos with not any push as shown. You'll link this post. I suggest just skimming through the headers for what's interesting to you. I intentionally don't cover everything. Structure of the interviews, how to negotiate your compensation. Yeah. Not sure that my coding prep was the best. I feel like it was the weakest part of my interviews, even though I spent the longest on it. I don't know exactly what should have been improved though. Plus, I got the jobs in the end, so maybe I'm being too critical. System design prep I did was the best use of my time, most fun, and the most insightful. I should just say the most fun and the most insightful. I spent about 40 hours on it. If I hadn't written down compelling stories about my own work experience, I never would have had any answers for the behavioral questions. I spent about 10 hours compiling that list. Mock interviews I did were amazingly helpful. As I mentioned, it helped me discover I'll just say it this way so I don't say the word help too many times. They uncovered my own shortcomings and allowed me to focus on addressing those. For example, I worked identify the core of the problem directly into my system design framework, since I would sometimes keep talking about breadth instead of depth. Be mindful about your own goals. and make sure that a company with such a rigorous interview process would be worth it to you. There's no guarantee that you'd be happy at a big tech company, even if you're making lots of money. Yeah. Do I check my Twitch whispers? Yeah, I do. Yeah. But I still think Discord is best. Twitch whispers are very limited. There's no formatting. They're 500 characters long. Actually, yeah, they're 500 characters long. And there's like a weird search interface. In fact, there's almost no search interface. You can search for the person. You can't search for the text. So yeah, Discord is by far preferred. And even then, has anyone seen this? Does Discord just delete your DMs at some point? Because I know for sure I had a conversation with somebody. I didn't block them or anything. And I never delete those things. And I can't find it. And I don't remember their name, so I can't search for the name anymore. But I went through all of my messages 3 times. I couldn't find it there. I don't know if they delete that. What if he deleted his account? Yeah, that's what could have happened. That's what I'm wondering about. But then I wonder, why would that person have deleted their account? Maybe they blocked me and then I can't see the messages? If they changed their username, though, like I went through every single message in the list and I didn't see it there. And I don't know. Yeah, maybe they deleted their account or something. I don't know if you can delete other people's messages in Discord, right? If you have like a one-on-one conversation, you can, and you type something like this, you can click it and you see like an edit or delete or a react. You can delete your own messages, but for someone else's message, I think there's only like a react button for that. Yeah, I can. All right. Did anyone else think I should include something else in the conclusion here? I'm not sure. I don't even know if I want to link to check out my courses. I just think this should just be a standalone blog post that has no advertising in it whatsoever. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. So, is there something on like, how do you figure out how long it takes to read text? Online tool for read time blog post. How to add estimated reading time? Oh, I guess 300 words per minute is what you could do to estimate it. And I'll say estimate the read time by using 300 words per minute. Close DM. What does that do for the other person in that? Based on Medium, then delete the Medium article. Well, what I was going to do is just run this through a word count and just get a rough estimate. Online word count. Word counter. All right, so it says about 3,000. So it'd be about 10 minutes. I mean, there's a lot of other things like text link in here and href and like all of this is just going to get deleted and it's just going to turn into big tech. And so that's why I was rounding down by like 200 words. So yeah, 10 minutes actually isn't too bad. Thanks, Nate. Yes, that is true. Accelerating the delivery of a muffin. I'll have to reach out to you about this. Oh man. Actually, this reminds me. I've been coming up with something. I called it the money list. I think you're actually on this list. Let me take a look at it. Money list. Are you on this list? Yeah, wow, you are. I also have this note which sounds somewhat insulting, but it doesn't. It's not meant as an insult. He didn't do anything money worthy, but it'd be a cool thing to send a muffin. What? This is from October 12th, 2017. Oh man. Anyway, for those who don't know what the money list is, for the last 5 years, there were a lot of people who helped out who did not ask for any money, and I always thought if I got money, I'd like to send them something. And for some reason, Nate was joking about getting a muffin like 3 years ago. So, yeah, maybe I should follow through on this. There's a cap at the end of the message, but I can extinguish this flame. Closing the DM does nothing. Okay, yeah. All right, well, it's, I guess, time to read this blog post. By the way, did this thing ever get updated somehow? This is, oh man, was I refreshing the wrong page the whole time? I hope not. It doesn't show up. What? How do I do this? Build, export, deploy. No, I don't. Is there some MDX step that needs to run? Maybe it's run through next config with MDX. I have no clue. Just no clue. Let's just try that. Yarn run next build. Is that even a thing? I don't know what in the world. It should have been yarn run build. Do I have a course on React? No, I only have 3 courses, and only one is kind of general enough for people to still want it, I guess. Where am I deploying it? I'm deploying on Firebase. I don't know if I'm going to deploy it right now. Normally, I like editing before I deploy, but I mean, as long as I'm streaming, we could find mistakes together. I might as well just do that while I'm streaming and not upload it first. I have no clue if this is going to do what I want it to do, by the way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that wouldn't have done it. But let's try yarn run, what is it, dev? Yeah, dev. Oh yeah, Geeky, I know how I would upload. What I don't know is why my blog post isn't showing here. Because the way that this works is there's a blog page that just pulls in everything from the blog folder, star.mdx. And this is just star.mdx in the blog folder. So I'm not totally sure why it doesn't show. And maybe if I deploy, it'll show online. Because, yeah, I don't remember this at all. And I can view the blog post locally too. I just can't see the listing for it. And I just don't remember enough about this to find out. So I guess let's try to see, where does this stuff get stored? There are 5 JSON files here. They were all edited as of this minute. So that's fine. And then if we go to pages, blog, there are 5 MDX files here. I don't think it would violate that regex for some reason. Or, well, it's probably a glob, not a regex. Yeah, I don't see any reason why. I wonder if there's somewhere else. Let's search for commerce. Does it show anywhere else? No. And let's search for star commerce. This is going to take forever. Oh, it didn't actually. Okay, Academy out blog. That shouldn't matter. That's for statically exporting. And then there's just this. Yep, who knows? All right, I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Hey, EJ. How do I not know deploy steps? No, I had the deploy steps written down. I just, for some reason, this part isn't there. In fact, you know what? I might even have it over here. Making a new course. Where's the thing about blog posts? Do I have... No, because those are the notes I was already looking at. I don't think I have anything else. Drat. Where would it be? Yeah, I don't know. All right, well, let's read the blog post. All right, everybody. Once upon a time, there was a developer named Adam13531. All right, so I'm going to just read this whole thing out loud. This is part of the ultra boring stream that I've been doing. So I recently spent a little over 150 hours. And by the way, the goal of this is to see, are there any mistakes? Are there any things I should clarify? Is there any logical progression that's missing? Preparing for my own technical interviews as a candidate. Should I even just reword that? Preparing as a candidate for technical interviews. Yeah, I should say it as technical interviews. So what I like doing for this process is cutting down on as much verbosity as I can. I guess there could be some issue with that in blog. I wonder if I just change it to this. Let's try that really fast. Let's just have it be... Just have it be this one thing. This is not a glob now, so I don't think this will even work because it's not going to be an array. Yeah, but if I were to say put an asterisk right there, Okay, there it shows. So for some reason, it's not matching star.mdx, which I find very hard to believe. Yeah, weird. Is this not the type of file I think it is? No, it is. And everything else has star.mdx. Very strange. Maybe there's some... Oh, maybe I only show a certain number of these? I don't think so, though. This is just sorted here, right? All right, let's just stringify blog posts. Okay, what do we have? This is really hard to read. But it looks like... Yeah. So, how many titles do we have? 5, yeah. And preparing for technical interviews is here. Why you no show up? Sorted blog posts would sort by the date, which we have. And then we go through each of these and we make a blog post out of it. Must be something I'm missing. Why is the icon different on the MDX file? That's because I haven't checked it in yet. Finally, a little debugging. And hey, Hema, am I a professional JavaScript developer? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, so let's print this out. Why am I? Okay, there it is. So it's supposed to render and it just isn't? So, oh, there it is now. What? What in the world happened? I didn't change anything. How is it here all of a sudden? Yeah, I don't get this. I think there's some like weird caching layer that's happening at a level that's too low to really get any insight into. I don't think it's the browser cache. Oh, now it disappeared. Wow. How does that make any sense? The console.log changed it? What is going on? If I delete this line and hit save, it goes away. If I put this line back in, yeah, so it's got to be some caching thing that's going on. Yeah, and I don't know where this cache is happening, but it must be cached based on blog.js. Maybe Next has some logic to pull from the statically generated content if it doesn't see a change in this. Yeah, but I'll have to write this down because that seems to be what's happening right now. If you don't see a blog post show up in the listing, then it's likely because of some weird caching from Next.js with respect to pages blog.js. I found that even just adding console.log hello world is enough to get it to update. Yeah, I tried Control F5. I mean, I already have disable cache on, so just having network tools open and refreshing the page is enough to get it to refresh everything. That's why I say I think this is at a Next.js level, because I'm serving this right now in a way that's different from what happens in production. And it might be this that's causing it to happen, that it's some server-side rendering. I think it's more specifically SSR. Can I help you for 1.5 hours? Almost certainly no. Yeah. But I can't say for sure that it'd be no. So, I mean, you could reach out to me and maybe I could try to give you some help for like 5 minutes. It'll steer you in the right direction. But yeah, in general, I'm not really available for hire right now. All right, well, then let's just ignore this. Let's go back to the blog post. All right. So, post contains everything I learned during that time. If you're interested in watching that preparation, I think this can be, if you're interested in watching the prep process, I streamed it live on Twitch. And we'll trim that down too. Here are the unedited videos. Yep, there's no longer any Twitch chat shown. And this should link to the right thing. Yes, it does. Cool. Given the length of this post, I suggest just skimming through the headers for what's interesting to you. Sometimes I like to change the wording to be a little longer, but to flow better. I think to see sounds better here. So to see what's interesting to you, I intentionally don't cover everything: the structure of interviews, how to negotiate your compensation, how to build good study habits, etc. So big tech, got to make sure all the links work. Refers to companies like Apple and Google that are typically at the top of the earnings across all tech companies. These companies all have very similar interview processes. I say all twice there, I don't like that. We'll just delete the second all. These companies have very similar interview processes that can be broken down into three main categories: coding questions, algorithm data structures, system design questions, should probably be in quotes, and behavioral questions. What's the time you're working, difficulty working with someone? I'm explicitly not advocating for every developer to set their sights on a big tech company. Without going into detail, I'll just say that they're not for everyone. Doesn't need an exclamation point at the end. However, if you are looking to get hired at one of these companies, or if a company that you're interested in uses this interview process, then this blog post should be helpful for you. Should be helpful. Better wording. Regarding the process itself, my opinion is that studying for the specific interview style won't necessarily make you better on the job. For example, just because you can crank out the answers to algorithm-based questions doesn't mean you'll write maintainable code. As a result, I think you should be careful about how much time you spend preparing. Since if you don't get the job, it may not have helped you toward anything meaningful. This is, of course, my opinion. Wait, what? I don't know if this is implying cheating, right? And if you can help me throw the exam, this probably just means through the exam, right? Oh, yeah, because it's online. Okay, yeah, no, they probably are implying cheating. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not going to help you cheat. Like I said, I can try to steer you toward the right direction. Typically, for anything like this HEMA Pro, I find that if you have an exam on Wednesday, that um, this is probably a good time for some introspection and figure out, like, why do you feel you don't know the stuff on Monday right before the exam? Yeah. And hey, Tatani. And hey, Praveen. Yeah. I don't know. I you've probably painted yourself into a corner at this point. Okay, so I made it clear this is my opinion. I think it's pretty important. This is also why it's important to determine why you want to work for a big tech company. Whether or not there actually is a strong correlation between interview performance and job performance is something that I've been debating for a while. However, that conclusion doesn't matter for one simple fact. If you want to work for one of these companies, you have to follow their process. Biggest motivator for me to spend so much time preparing was this document. I want to do it this way, where we change what's highlighted here. Was a document titled should be outside of it. No, maybe it is better. Yeah. Can I see how much time a viewer has spent watching your stream? I think so. The bot keeps track of points, and it does so based on time in chat. But that's just time in chat. It's not how much someone spent watching it. So there's no way, and Twitch doesn't expose a way for you to know how long someone watched your stream for. So, for example, if some people have 5,000 hours, it doesn't mean they actually were at their computer. Binge until Wednesday on JavaScript videos. Yeah. 61-page document that essentially boils down to this. You don't just have to be good enough to get a big tech job. You have to be better than the other candidates. As such, it means that you may have to put in more time. Than you think. As people become better candidates, the bar raises for everyone. That's true, Ender. Yeah, Hema, you've got classmates though and a professor or something, right? Couldn't you talk to them? So Taurus, what I'm saying is you can see how long someone's been in chat, but you can't know that they're actively watching. And chat is IRC. So like what I'm trying to say is there's no metric even to figure out that someone's video player is playing. Like you can't get that. But even if you could, obviously you wouldn't be able to know if they're at their computer or if they're just AFKing, going to sleep or something. But I'm still saying that chat being IRC, you could be connected for the 100% of someone's chat time. I haven't implemented the new update. No, I've been kind of deprioritizing a lot of Adam learns. Yeah, eye tracker logs. Okay, so Moishe Letbin did a talk called What I Learned Doing 250 Interviews at Google. Let's make sure that works. Yep. And one key takeaway for me is that for any particular candidate, key takeaway from that for me is that for any particular candidate, there exists a team of interviewers who will hire that candidate and an anti-team who would never hire that candidate. I agree with this concept. Some interviewers will help you fill in the blanks, and others may not develop a rapport. They may facilitate more miscommunications. Yeah, I don't really have a conclusion from this, which I should probably write one. So on that note, along the lines of that luck factor, I only ended up interviewing with 2 big tech companies. And while I got both jobs, I want to mention survivorship bias in this blog post. I may just have had the perfect team of interviewers at both places. I may have effectively studied. I may not have needed to study at all. Who knows? Take my whole blog post with a grain of salt. Yeah. Okay. So my own notes, I took a copious amount of notes during the last few months about all these topics. All right, let's just highlight the a copious amount of notes part. I'm trying to highlight this. There. So now this will cut down to just a smaller kind of purplish section. Yeah. See, this helps you on your way. Okay, it takes it real slow. Yeah, nice. Thanks for linking that. Yeah. Most are located in the MISC section. Passenger titles of the notes may change. Okay, so coding interviews. Just to be clear, coding questions are something along the lines of what you'd find on LeetCode or HackerRank. These look like they're fine links, like write an algorithm to invert a binary tree. So process. I think there are 2 general phases that happen while you're preparing for coding interviews. You're learning for the first time that various algorithms or data structures even exist, or you've encountered enough breadth where there's very little new information. Phase 1 is going to be pretty obvious while you're practicing. If you've never done a shortest path algorithm in your life before, it's somewhat unlikely that you'll. So this whole paragraph about how you'll have to reinvent the wheel if you've never seen something before, this has been striking me in a lot of different ways. At no point in history before today have we ever had such easy access to the sum of human knowledge. And so there's almost like no excuse for not searching through that knowledge sometimes. And in cases like this, I guess there are very obvious correlations to the interview. And I'm talking about even in things like, okay, I want to get better at music composition. I could sit at a piano and try to figure out, how do I get better at this? And I'll learn something, but it's very unlikely I'm going to learn something that no human has ever learned before. So I think that it's usually a pretty good idea to steer yourself using the sum of human knowledge. And this is no different. So this one paragraph for me unravels into so much more. But I think it's good to call out here. Take care, HK. I won't forget you guys. For that reason, it's good to put a time limit on how long you attempt to solve a problem on your own so you don't end up having to reinvent the wheel during the interview. This might not follow as a conclusion from the first part of that sentence. I think instead of during an interview, what I mean is while prepping. There, yeah, that should be better. In general, I try to continue for as long as I felt that I was making progress toward a solution. Yeah. I agree that that's one problem, that there's too much info out there. Sometimes it's hard to know that something is accurate, whether it's still up to date. And sometimes it's just difficult, even if you know something's accurate and up to date, to find that knowledge. So in phase 2, the goal is to discover patterns and heuristics for coming to the right solutions faster or more accurately. For example, you may have a hint to do something in O of log n time. This looks so weird when it's not in monospace font. So I'm going to do this and see if it looks a little better. Yeah, it looks a little better. Which steers you toward a binary search or a tree-based solution. As much as you can, consciously identify these patterns and try to write them down. You'll find some in my notes. Yeah. Once you're in phase 2, it's hard to know whether you're finally ready for the interviews themselves. However, at that point, it definitely means that you're ready for mock interviews. Yeah, this can be condensed pretty heavily. Yeah, once you're in phase 2, you should be ready for mock interviews. Maybe I'll put this as an addendum here. Yeah. All right, so tips: look at other people's solutions after attempting a problem, even if you solve the problem yourself. This is how you'll discover other techniques or approaches that could help you in the future. Try not to memorize code. Your goal should be to get to the point where you can reasonably come up with a code given enough direction. Closest I came to memorizing code was to remember how particular algorithms may be implemented. For example, for binary search, you typically keep track of left and right values. Knowing that you need two variables is important, so that's something I try to remember. While practicing, I found it helpful to write unit tests. I did this so frequently that I made a snippet for VS Code. I wrote include the snippet. This is why I'm reading over the post. That I made a snippet for VS Code. People are probably going to be like, he made a snippet, but he didn't include it. And I could upload it as a static file, but I still don't think it's going to be too helpful. Yeah. To essentially paste in everything, paste in the test function. Yeah. Yeah, I could link the snippet to a GitHub gist. I just still feel like I'd probably need to explain how do you do this? How does it work? And also then the part about it needing Node. Yeah, so I think it'd just be too much. So I'll just leave it like this. Okay, that looks good. Avoid fixing symptoms. Picture this scenario. You start a problem, you come up with an algorithm, you code it, and then you find you're getting an unexpected result. You modify some code and it works, but now another test case is failing. If you find this pattern happening to you enough, happening to you frequently, then it's usually an indication that you mess up the algorithm and that you're trying to quickly fix it by changing true to false or removing +1 from something. That looks weird with a space. I should put quotes around it. Yeah. When this happened to me, I tried to go back to the algorithm and run tests on my pseudocode rather than on my actual code. That way I could identify which equivalence class of test cases I wasn't covering yet. Usually no need to write the bodies of obvious functions. For example, if your language doesn't have a built-in way to find the largest number in an array, you can usually ask your interviewer, is it okay to assume find max num in an array exists and runs an O(n) time? Yeah. Different companies have different interviewing practices. For example, if you're coding online, you may not be allowed to use syntax highlighting. For that reason, you should practice in an environment that emulates a real interview as closely as possible. System design questions are something along the lines of design a key value store for a search engine. They can span anything from infrastructure down to the code itself. The answer to all system design questions is it depends. While this sounds a bit silly, it's an accurate view of the mindset you should have for system design problems. There's almost never just one solution, so the process is all about weighing trade-offs. Yeah, this is the golden answer. Just memorize those 2 words. A major component is prioritization. From what I've seen, the interviewer will usually steer you toward the high priority part of the task, but it's of course better if you can identify it by yourself. You'll get better at finding this core by practicing, but don't be afraid to ask during the interview what they'd like to focus on. Something that was difficult for me to grasp at first was the fact that large systems are just sets of smaller systems, and you don't always need to drill into the smaller systems. I think we can phrase this such that it's clearer what I'm trying to say. You don't necessarily need to drill in the smaller systems. Don't necessarily have to. Yeah, there. Right, so that word should change. Good. For example, in most web-facing systems, you'll have a load balancer. The load balancer itself isn't just one computer somewhere. It's usually at least 2. That way you don't have a single point of failure. Once you have 2, I'll just say you likely need some replication between them. That should also make it clearer. You may talk about whether only one is acting as an active endpoint. Oh, that's strange too. You may talk about whether one or both are handling traffic. Yep. All those avenues can be explored if they're important enough to the problem or to the interviewer, but it's usually safe to just leave it as load balancer on your diagram. To be clear, my struggle was that I was trying to design all parts of a system when some of these would be their own entire system design questions. Yeah, I wrote their own twice. I think there's a very important distinction to be made here, which is that it depends is the answer a lot of times for these more subjective questions. Like if you said, how would you design this system? Yeah, you'd say, okay, what are my constraints? Let me find out some more. Let me ask about requirements. But if you say something like, hey, how do you find the largest number in an array? Chances are it depends is not really the answer we're looking for here. Even though it could be like, well, is the array sorted? Okay, if so, then we look at either end of it. But if it's not sorted, then we just iterate over the array and try to find the largest number, keeping track of which is the largest we found so far. So I think you can get very pedantic very quickly if you use this as a principle. Don't forget to check out my notes. I think the ones I took on system design. The ones I took on system design were quite helpful. I'll just leave it like that. Yeah. And there are extra resources at the top if you want even more depth. I'll just leave it at this. Yeah. I like trying to cut down on as many words as possible during this phase. Okay, so behavioral questions are questions like, what's a time you had difficulty working with someone? The most important part of these questions is figuring out the true intent. In this particular case, answering the question literally would likely be a red flag. The interviewer doesn't want to hear you complain about an old coworker you had. I can again remove some words by just saying a coworker you had. This is something that's kind of bugged me in other people's blog posts and in games sometimes, is when the author or creator doesn't value the player's or reader's time. It's like, if I include that word and this blog post gets 1,000 hits and 500 of those people read through this, then that's 500 people who read an extra word, which costs humanity roughly 2 minutes of time for no value. I post this on Hacker News and see the reactions. Yeah, maybe it is worth posting it there. They're posting my interview thing on Hacker News. For this, I don't think there's too much of a summary I can add. I mean, I have a conclusion at the end, and we're going to get to reading that too. But really, the conclusion is more like you can't really take anything from that and apply it to your own life. I mean, imagine if I was like, hey, we explore this technology, and the end result is don't use it. Like, okay, that's a summary that you might be like, oh, cool, okay, I'll avoid this. But in this one, it's like, hey, spend a bunch of time. I feel like that's the overall conclusion. Okay, yeah, so let's keep reading. So remember that the overall question that the company is always trying to answer is, should we hire this person? Try to spin your experiences positively and focus on how you can provide value to the company. What's difficult about these questions for me is just remembering what I even did in my last X years. To that end, I spent a bunch of time brainstorming important stories and seeing how they would correlate to common interview questions. I did this specifically for Amazon in my notes. Yep, cool. All right. When you're actually in the interview, what you'll find is that you get a question where many of your potential stories could be used as an answer. This is poorly phrased. When you're actually in the interview, you'll find that you could use many of your stories for any specific question, any particular question. Yeah, this is much better phrasing. But rarely will they fit exactly. Without modification. Yep. Additional space after V2. Oh yeah, you're right. Thanks. Okay, so when you're actually in the interview, you'll find that you could use many of your stories for any particular question, but they'll rarely fit without modifications. I think it's okay to use something that mostly fits, but I found that the story should be impactful on its own, even if you need to add or remove minor details. For example, if your end result from some story is that you improve customer retention by 37%, then that will likely speak louder than the exact situation that you paint. Yeah. The interview time isn't just for the company to figure out if you're a good fit, it's also for you to figure out if you would like the company, team, and the job itself. In my notes under MISC engineering prep, question ask a company, I have a list of questions that I found helpful. Some of my favorites are below. What's your favorite thing about working here? How often do you work later on weekends? In my experience, all of these only exist to get you to the interview. They're not used very much during an interview. Quick resume tips: don't undersell yourself, don't lie, be able to talk about everything you wrote, keep it to one page unless you're very senior. I cut down on margins for extra lines. Make sure you run your resume by other people. This is actually crucial. Yeah. Regarding the portfolio, I think this is going to be largely ignored by big companies, but small companies seem to appreciate it. For example, I made a quick video summing up my last 5 years, and I was given incredibly positive feedback on this. My goal is to keep it as short as possible and really polish the presentation. Yeah. You can still link it all to Mark. I think that's fine. To me, mock interviews, oh, there's an unnecessary comma there, are all about empowerment. If you do well, then you know that you're on track for the real interview. If you don't do well, then you'll be given feedback specific to your situation that can help you learn. This is why it's important to do many mock interviews, because the people conducting them may not be experienced interviewers. So you'll want enough feedback where you can see commonalities. You'll want enough feedback so that you can see commonalities. Yeah. Even by simply being in the interview, you're likely doing something to address your anxiety, since the environment makes a real interview. It's also an opportunity to practice 1 or 2 more questions. Also an opportunity to practice even by simply being in the interview. You're likely doing something to address your anxiety, since the environment makes a real interview. It's also an opportunity to practice questions. And also just be an opportunity to practice questions. Yeah. All in all, I think mock interviews are a great way to spend your time once you feel you have enough of the basics down. It can also be helpful to conduct mock interviews, even if you're the one looking for a job, so that you can see what it's like to be on the other side of interviewing. I found my specific interviewers through word of mouth, but here are some resources that people suggested to me, which I've never used. Hey, Matus. Yeah. All right, miscellaneous learnings. This is where I think things start to get a little less bloggy and a little bit more like just a bunch of bulleted lists. And what I could do is I could turn these into, I think I can make these into subsections. I just have to be careful how I do that. So let's try this. Let's see what it looks like. Follow your practice. Watching others. All right, does that look better? It probably does. Yeah, I think this is good. Let's do this then. All right, so virtual interviews. Now all these can be tabbed back and done like that. Tips during an interview. There, okay. Does that look a little bit better? I have to read through this stuff. And reading a 15-minute summary of CTCI and thinking you're done the book. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. And that's where at the beginning of this, I wanted to make it clear that, like, look, you're probably not going to need all this information. So just go through the headers and see if they resonate with you. All right. So whatever you do while preparing should be the same process you do during the interview. During one mock interview, I skipped writing pseudocode, but I never skipped that step before, so I felt lost during the rest of the problem. For me specifically, I don't think I benefited from watching other people doing their own interview prep, for example, on YouTube. However, since I was doing it on Twitch, I asked my audience what they gained. That's not super clear how I just said that. How should I say this? I don't know. Instead, I was streaming the whole process and learning from my audience as I tackled problems. As a result, I asked them what they found helpful about watching. In general, it was being able to see the real process. Yeah, so I think this is probably better. Follow your practices H3 and others are H4. No, that was not intentional. Thank you. Yeah. I thought something looked wrong, but I didn't question it for long enough. Okay, let me read this again. For me specifically, I don't think I benefited from watching other people doing their own interview prep, for example, on YouTube. Instead, I was streaming the whole process and learning from my audience as I tackled problems. As a result, I asked them what they found helpful about watching. In general, it was being able to see the real process and how I went through it, and also to get resources that I was following. And following is a little weird to say there. Also to get the resources that I was using. What I mean by the real process is that sometimes on YouTube, you see people explaining how they arrived at the correct solution. In my videos, I was tackling these problems from the point of view of someone who'd never seen them, so I sometimes wouldn't get the solution. Yeah, also broadcasting the mock interviews was helpful. You'll find that those in those, yeah. No, so okay, my point of this section is that I didn't benefit from watching others. I'm not trying to convince people they should stream. What I'm trying to say is I didn't benefit, but yet there were tons of people who did benefit, or else I wouldn't have had an audience. And here's what their benefit was. So what I'm trying to do is give that impression off. It's like, if you were vegetarian and you didn't eat meat and you're like, well, look, I don't eat meat, so I can't talk about it, but here's what I've heard from people who do. They like the taste, they get more protein, whatever. That's kind of what I'm trying to say here. If it doesn't come off that way, I probably have to restructure it somehow. Yeah. All right, I was looking for a job during COVID-19 time, so everything was virtual, which was a huge advantage since I tend to type what I'm saying aloud anyway. This made it easier for interviewers to follow my thought process, and I didn't have to break my hand writing on a whiteboard with marker. Putting break my hand next to writing makes it sound like break my handwriting, which is not how it's written, but it looks kind of that way. I didn't have to break my, just shouldn't say this way. What should I say about this? I feel like this whole section is kind of pointless. Yeah, it's kind of pointless. Because unless you're going to be doing a virtual interview, this won't matter too much. It kind of does, I guess, for typing out. Yeah. Thanks, Green Gog. And hey, Ubi. Hyphenate handwriting? No, it's not supposed to be hyphenated, though. What I'm saying is, like, I didn't break my hand while using a marker on the whiteboard. So I could say that. Due to writing with a marker on a whiteboard. I could say that. I really have to use the bathroom, so I'll be right back because I want to deploy this blog post while I'm streaming still. So I still need to finish reading this. I was thinking I could just hold this for long enough. I can't. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Deploy on the toilet. Yeah, waste some world time, but think about how I save the world time by not having garden path sentences. The old man the boat. Hey Neil Cromer, and thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's keep reading. Pull out of this too. Where did it go? Here it is. Okay, I was looking for a job during COVID-19 time, so everything was virtual, which was a huge advantage since I tend to type what I'm saying aloud anyway. This made it way easier for interviewers to follow my thought process. I didn't have to break my hand due to writing with a marker on a whiteboard. Yeah, come up with frameworks. Come up with a framework for answering all types of questions. If you could only memorize 2 to 3 things, then your framework should be in that list. For example, here were my frameworks for answering technical questions. Coding question, understand the problem, write an algorithm, write pseudocode, write code. System design, understand, identify the core, design at a high level, design at a low level, identify bottlenecks. Yep, sounds good. Tips during an interview. Think aloud as much as possible. If you're stuck but you're not vocalizing anything, then the interviewer can't nudge you in the right direction or give you points. I'll say bonus points so it's clearer what I'm talking about here. Be positive and keep trying. I kept getting really dejected while practicing when a solution would come to me quickly. Yep. What I did to help the positivity was to tackle easier problems after failing to solve one. For example, if I was on lead code, I'd revert from medium to easy. If the interview spans lunch, don't have a big lunch. And then tips about nerves and anxiety. This should be another one of these. Yeah. Yep. Okay, great. Do you get to choose what language you write on the whiteboard? You can typically choose between any common enough language. Like, I really, someday in my life, if I ever have an interview on April 1st, I'm going to be like, I choose white space for my language and then just hover my hand over the whiteboard the whole time. What are they going to do? Mark me wrong? I technically wrote every single program in existence. All right, I'm not sure that my coding prep was the best. I feel like it was the weakest part of my interviews, even though I spent the longest on it. Yeah, okay. I don't know what exactly should have been improved though. Plus, I got the jobs in the end, so maybe I'm being too critical. System design prep that I did was the most insightful. If I hadn't written down compelling stories about my own work experience, I would have had any answers. Yep. Okay. Interviewer can't understand your thought process. Did I write something wrong? Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure, Leveni, where you were getting at with that. Yeah, if you wrote an assembly and it reasonably made sense for the job, it'd probably be okay. But I think there are very few jobs that would make sense, especially on a whiteboard. All right, yeah. So the final thing I have here is be mindful about your own goals. Make sure the company with such a rigorous interview process would be worth it to you. There's no guarantee you'd be happy at a big tech company even if you're making lots of money. So the interviewer can understand your thought process. I think that was pretty clear too from the COVID thing as well about like easier to follow. I'll probably leave that as is. What if I put that energy in something useful? But okay, obfuscated C to me is more about art than it is about programming. That's kind of how I look at it. Like when you think of it like poetry is just constrained writing. Those contests were just constrained programming. And poetry is to writing as those contests are to programming. That's how I feel. Thank you, Jesta. Thank you very much. Okay, well, let's deploy this blog post, I guess. Right? What's this stuff? Hang on a sec. License.txt header picture thumbnail. Oh, I forgot to run ping-pong on this stuff. Ooh, where are those? Yeah, here. Okay, so check this out. 52 kilobytes and 14 kilobytes. So if we just write those down really fast, 52 and 14. And then I'll do this. Tools, ping font, header picture, and the thumbnail. There. Oh, I guess we didn't really need to write them down because they don't overwrite the original picture. So yeah, we cut them both down by pretty much half. Awesome. So now we just need to delete these and do this. Cool. Is this next? Yeah, I'm going to be using Next.js. The compression tool is pingpont, which I don't know if I actually have a command for. Let me see if I do. I do not. Wow. Pingpont is a lossy image compressor. The lossiness shouldn't be detectable by the human eye. So you can sometimes reduce image size by 75% at basically no real cost. Thanks, Uber. Thank you, thank you. These might play a role in the success you've had with the work in the stream. I'm assuming that you consider the stream an aid toward your productivity rather than a crutch. Hard to say. So there are times when I feel like I just want to do something, and that the stream can sometimes hold me back because I have to context switch pretty consistently. And there are other times where I feel like I'm thinking aloud, and I just get an answer to my question. That's pretty nice. The bike on the right looks darker, though. I mean, maybe, but like, yeah, maybe. Who knows? I don't think it's supposed to, and I wonder, in fact, if you were to swap both of these images around, if there's some other impact that that's having. All right, so let me take a look really fast because I want to check this in. Yeah, so here are the things. So we're going to say add blog post for interview prep. Done. Better check in. Why is this taking so long? That was weird. All right, so now we checked it in. So now we do get status. It says that to do was, yeah, I guess I could check in the to do list as well. Fine, let's do that. I don't ever write anything meaningful for my to do list check ins because they're just text. Okay, so now we should just have the two files I don't care about. Let me push. I want to make sure this doesn't say anything crazy. Yep, cool, that worked. All right, so now I can deploy. How do we deploy? I forgot. Turn off yarn run dev. Done. Now run this. Done. Now test this by doing http server./out. Where'd that go? Here. Okay, so we got to wait for this to finish. Yeah. I didn't apply to Twitch. I didn't find out until I was maybe a month or month and a half in that Twitch is going to be mostly remote and that I should apply from that point of view. But yeah, originally I went to Twitch's site and just looked where's the location, and it was all California, I think. Is that some kind of certification, right? I have not gotten that. There's something like this: when people go in through arduous bouts of study, problem solving, or exercise, the brain releases norepinephrine as a signal for neuroplasticity, but also a signal of stress. As NE accumulates, there's a threshold which, when crossed, triggers a quitting response. It's unknown. That's a great conclusion. But yeah, I'll write that down. I don't think Twitch is based in Seattle. I think it's all California. Okay, so if we go to blog, hey, here it is. Okay, so preparing for technical interviews. Yeah, so here's the post. So now all I need to do is put this online, and apparently we can do that like so. Now this might make me drop frames because I'm going to be uploading some stuff. I'm at 167 dropped frames. If the stream just seems to totally crash, it's because of this. So let's see. It's uploading new files. Am I dropping frames? Huh, surprisingly, no. Okay, cool. The site's online. That was it. Pretty fast deploy process. So let's go take a look and make sure it actually made it online. Yep. There it is. There's the blog post. We're good. All right, here's the link for you guys. Thanks, Defeat. So what do we call this? Blog interview, I guess? Adam wrote a blog post on preparing for technical interviews. Yeah, nice. So this took 2 streams to do. One stream was just spent on planning, and then today's stream was spent on actually writing out the post. So I hope you guys like this. There's no link to Adam Learns. Like I said, I didn't promote anything in this. This is purely for people's value and just whatever you get out of it, what you get. There's no advertisement at the end. There's no email sign up or follow me or whatever. It's just that. So I'll probably go post it on Discord in the news section. Post to Discord news. You get done more done in 2 half days than I do in a week. I'm not really doing anything else, to be fair, so it's not too bad. What I think, like I said, we have a few tasks that can come up next. So remaining tasks. One is write the blog post on being at a startup for 5 years. This is all over the place though, because I split it into 4 sections. What I learned about a company, like running a company, what I learned from being on Twitch, what I learned from Botland, and what I learned about Adam Learns. And I think it might be better as 4 separate blog posts. This should be a strong consideration. Otherwise, I maybe shouldn't have the same angle that I do. What I learned about everything is way harder to consume than when it's about just one topic. Yeah, so anyway, write a blog post on that. Then there's going to be migrate Botland, and then there's going to be potentially open sourcing Botland. And I don't know whether we can even do this work on stream. There's a lot that's going to be very private there. So maybe we'll do the foundational bits of this. I don't know. And then open sourcing, also, I have just no clue what that's going to look like. Because the last thing I open sourced, I guess was last week, it was Keyeno. And that process, it was a very tiny code base. So the tasks were mostly like, get the code base into shape and then document a bunch of stuff. That was pretty much it. And both of these took a little bit of time because I forgot everything. And probably the same thing that happened with Botland. I'm not going to probably get the code base into shape. One of the other risks that I run with doing this is, if I'm talking about open sourcing, is that this will be online, and I worry that someone's going to exploit the game or hack it or something. And that's just going to suck. I don't know what to say about that. Due to copycats appearing on the App Store? I mean, I don't really mind if that happens. Like, pretty much what I've said about Botland is that I don't think I'm going to take it to the next level. Not that incarnation of it, at least. Thank you, Krasner. Yeah. What is Botland? Botland is the game I was working on for the first 4 years of this stream. And it's still online, so I mean, I guess I can kind of show you the game. But it's an automation game where you write scripts in the game. So your scripts will look something like this, or they might look like blocks. And then your bots will just follow those in battle. So here's an example battle that might happen. And yeah, so you play against other people. That thing teleported right as I got hit by melee. This person's beating me. Cheap strategy. Yeah. When did I start streaming? I think it was September 6th, 2015. Something like that. So actually, we're coming up on the exact 5-year anniversary. Wow, I forgot about that. That's going to be this Sunday. Maybe I should do something. This Sunday is the 5-year stream anniversary. But the blog post is already live, as in you should be able to just click this link and you should see it. So yeah, so I got to think about whether I even want to open source this, because I will probably end up using Botland again in the future for things, but I would probably not do anything with asymmetrical multiplayer like this. Then the other question is, would I open source the assets? Just make the code open? The assets? Like, I don't want people using my music and using my images and everything. So maybe I just make the code open source, and maybe I just say, like, you'll never be able to build this yourself. If I don't make the other parts open, then no one can really build it. And even if they could build it, I don't know. Maybe what I should do, there's no need that this is satisfying, right? And it's going to take a ton of time to do. So maybe open sourcing is not a good idea. Maybe open sourcing part of it would be. I don't even know what part though. Take care, Krasner. Thank you. I don't know if this views or anything. Figured I'd share it. Went to Edelman's to get a course. When I was going to link my Twitch account, it still refers to the site as the Academy. Yeah, I refer to it by two different things. And I should write that down, that if I ever get back to this, I should settle on just one. I think I have this act to do here. But thanks for sharing that, Ferret. Consider changing the branding to either the Academy or Adam Learns, not both. Yep. Why not just start with a migrate and shelve the open source idea for a while? Yeah, I think that's what I'll probably do. Yeah, because I'm thinking, what is the benefit for open sourcing this? And the other thing that I could do, I guess, is like open source it to people who were at some point subscribers of the stream or something like that. If people actually just wanted to read through it. But like the last thing I open sourced was, the last game I open sourced was this. And I don't know how many people actually cared about the source code to it. Does this link to GitHub in here? It does. This game was like how I learned JavaScript, so it's very bad JavaScript. Yeah, 7 years ago. Oh, man. Academy implies the users learn. Yeah, that's something I'd thought about quite a lot, actually. This is nice right down here, too. Should have a free course for high performance puns. Just be a link to the homepage. You want to learn about puns and recursion? Click this link. Yeah, so I guess then we trim this list down to just migrate Botland and write the last blog post. These are the main things I wanted to do. And then there's a lot of clerical work that could happen, like deleting to-do items or something. And then there are some random programs we might want to do. So I talked about my whole idea of turning a human into a flowchart. Maybe we could make that. Maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff we could do, I guess. But for now, that's it. I've been streaming for 4 hours, 20 minutes. And I took a bathroom break, so I guess it's really like 4 hours and 18 minutes. But that's quite a lot of time to not go get food and stuff. So we're going to go do that. So who's online? I actually don't see too many people streaming whom I haven't hosted before. I kind of want to go host like a random person, but that's pretty much never worked out well. So I'll probably just sign off. But thanks for watching, guys, and see you later.